Good morning. I'm Kevin Day, Chair of the Custer County Board of Commissioners. Today is Monday, January 31st, and I will call this meeting to order. If I could get Jordan, would you lead us in the pledge, sir?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Oh, could we get the roll call, please?
Commissioner Day,
Present.
Commissioner Kanda.
Here.
Commissioner Flower.
Present.
Attorney Clint Smith,
Present.
and Clerk to the Board Kelly Camper present.
Okay. Audience introductions. I guess we can start right here.
Nathan Sutton, my neighbor's covered.
Tracy Ballard, my neighbor's covered.
Amanda Sutter, my neighbor's covered.
Jackie Barnes.
Marcy Gregg.
Kayla Day Wetmore.
Cody Gunn, my name's covered.
Roger Gray.
Reggie Foster. Yayo.
And we have Jordan. IT. Do we have any amendments to the agenda today?
And from me.
No, sir. I have no other. Moving on to approval of the minutes. You guys, gentlemen, have had a chance to look at those?
Yeah, I move we approve December 13th and 19th. We can talk now.
Second. Any discussion on that?
Yes, sir, if I may.
Yes, sir.
I looked and could not find any minutes from the Board of County Commissioners meeting where we determined that the meeting on December 13th was a special BOCC meeting.
I don't know why they called it that.
I don't know who wrote these minutes up, but
Those were done by Eileen, because Eileen and Kathy and I decided that since it was a joint meeting between all of them, that we ought to just have one set of minutes that covers it all.
yeah, I would agree with that. I just don't believe it's right to call it a special board meeting.
I think the issue there was when you had two commissioners, is that what it was?
No,
Or was it?
whenever we have
We just had
a
a special
meeting
meeting.
that wasn't scheduled on the calendar in January, we call it a special meeting.
Yeah, it doesn't say it's a special BOCC meeting, so.
It's a special board meeting, that's right. With boards of all three towns.
Right, she probably didn't call it special BOCC because it
Wasn't
Wasn't.
right, that was
right.
my point, that I
It's
didn't
not.
think it was a special BOCC meeting, and so, I don't know, I would have thought that a
Yeah. it's just a
broadband
special-
tower broadband project meeting or something, but
I don't know why they named it that, but it was for the broadband special meeting for the boards to look at.
when you look at this set of minutes, this was my concern when it says special board meeting minutes from December the 13th. And then it says Commissioner Canada called the meeting to order, commissioners present, Canada, Day,
Oh, yeah.
absent. It makes it appear like it's
Like it does, yeah.
BOCC, meeting, which
Yeah.
was my concern there.
I
So,
think she just put those, because underneath there then is the boards for
right,
call for, yeah.
right.
I mean, I can move that below those boards.
Yeah,
Yeah, it'd probably be good.
it doesn't matter to me what order they appear in. I just would prefer this to be called a broadband project meeting, which is what it was, correct? It wasn't a special board meeting. It wasn't a special board meeting on our behalf that I'm aware of, unless you guys decided to make it that.
No, but I think that's just the way the two town, well, I guess
Yeah.
Eileen does anything that's not a published meeting. They just call a special meeting of the board, of their board.
So what do you want to call it? A broad,
Well, my preference would be to call it what it was, and that was the broadband project meeting with those three entities being present, correct? You know, I wasn't there, but I'm assuming
That's what
Town
I
of
was,
Silver Cliff,
So
Town of
with
West Cliff,
Cliff in the county.
was
BOCC.
to listen to the contract.
Other than that, I didn't have any other comments.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So as to your motion, are you good with the changes?
Yeah.
And your second as well?
Yes. I do have another comment, if I may, sir. Now, the motion was to adopt both of these, correct?
Right.
I guess it's really a motion, question for Kelly. Is there a reason that you're recording every commissioner's vote on every motion? This is the first 7 minutes that I've seen that.
That we've had that. No. Yes and no. Because when you guys started taking it by roll call
Mhm.
back then, I really probably should have recorded it that way. And so I just,
Yeah, and as I remember, when COVID hit and we started doing some of our meetings via Zoom, we started individually asking for the vote. I don't know that that's necessary, that we continue that. It's certainly not standard procedure in a small meeting to take individual votes, but
We got in the habit of doing it.
there are times when a commissioner may request his vote be recorded, but other than that, I don't know that it's necessary. I mean, I just looked at that set of minutes, man, that is a lot of typing.
that's a lot of typing.
So I,
Well, on that particular, that's always, it's.
That's a long day.
It's a long.
yeah, it is. And that's just exacerbated it when I looked at them. I thought, I personally don't see the need that each commissioner's vote be recorded in the minutes. That's my opinion.
And I did it that way because that's what I have seen since. I've been on the board.
Yeah, that's
So,
been our mode of operation for the last 2 years, but
I don't have a problem either way, so.
and yeah, I don't mind you doing a roll call vote. I suppose technically if you do one, then that vote should be recorded, but to Kelly's point,
Couldn't sneak in, huh?
but I wouldn't have a problem just asking for a voice vote and moving on to up to you, you're the chair.
Right. Well, you'll probably find that it will be kind of a blend of the two.
That's okay.
Habits are hard to break, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
Yeah.
So,
We should frame those set of minutes. Those are,
They're great. They were 3 or 4 pages long. That's because we did all the, we had a lot of motions. We did a lot of boards and we did a lot of,
7 pages long.
or 7, yeah.
But thank you, Kelly, for doing those minutes.
yes. Any other discussion? Those in favor of accepting the minutes then for, what's that?
I'm waiting to see how you're gonna call this one.
Those in favor of accepting the minutes of December 13th and January 19th, signify by saying aye.
Hi.
Hi.
Aye. All right.
Nobody said it was gonna be easy, did they?
No, they didn't.
That's why it's fun switching.
Yeah, put me in the hot seat for a while here. Commissioner items, let's start over here if you have some, Tom.
Thank you, sir. Let me pull up my calendar real quick. Let's see. I guess since our last meeting on the 19th, our BOCC meeting in the morning, then we had a Board of Health meeting in the afternoon. I attended that. Also attended a BOCC work job to interview road and bridge candidates. I was out sick from the 20th through the 25th. On the 27th and the 28th, I attended the CCI Legislative Steering Committee meeting that was held in Denver. It was a hybrid meeting, so I zoomed in. I think as a reward for me suffering through sitting from a meeting from 9 to 4:30 and 9 to 3, I will tell you that I did that. So 2 long days of listening to proposed legislation that CCI, Colorado Counties Incorporated, believed that we had a stake in looking at those. We certainly didn't look at all the proposed legislation, over 210 bills being proposed. We looked at 45 of them. So, nothing real earth shattering, I don't think. Bill on the proposed ban on mountain lion hunting has not even been completed and drafted yet, so it certainly hasn't gone to a committee. We looked at 5 or 6 public health and human services bills. Most of those are dealing with the youth and some changes there that they're proposing at the state legislature. One is to add a client-directed attorney in addition to a guardian ad litem representation for youth that's involved in court matters from the age of 12 up. So there is lively discussion about should a 12-year-old be directing an attorney. But the idea was that currently the youth in those cases, they don't have the ability to indicate to a judge in a court whether or not what their preference is on where they might live if they were being considered taken from the home. So that was one of the big deals there. CCI as a group voted to oppose a proposed bill that would allow bicycles to roll through stop lights and stop signs. And I voiced my concerns about that. I said, I'm afraid that if we were to support this motion, the next thing you know, they'd be wanting to come at us as counties and probably Alamosa and Custer County in particular of allowing the horse and buggy to roll through stop signs. And I said, I don't think that's going to fly in our county. They thought I was joking, but I wasn't. So anyway, 2 long days there and got through those. They have some more hearings in February. The idea is we go through those and decide. We really have 4 choices, either to support, oppose, amend, or take no position. And so the motions that we voted to support some amendments to those, sorry, I said motions, the bills, then we will come back and look at those again in February. Other than that, I think Commissioner Baker was elected as the chairman of the Wildlands Committee. And as such, then he's on the traveling group for public and wildlands to go to DC and lobby. So that's about all I have, sir.
My turn?
Your turn.
I'll just tag on that. Go any further than keep me in the time's sake. But Action 22, which is a lobby that exists of Southern Colorado counties that also look at the legislation that's being proposed. And what they do is take it a step further and make sure how it impacts specifically the Southern Colorado counties and in their unique needs and whether a bill would be worth supporting or not. And they're going to come back with us with a series of those. We voted on the new processes and chairmanships of what was going on with that. And they'll be back to us later. Also, CTSI Director Chip Taylor was asked to step down and be replaced. That there's been no, he's the CTSI is the county, the insuring agencies there. We self-insure on the counties. So I don't know what happened there, but we'll have a new director there. So meanwhile, we talked with Dennis Hunt because he's the guy that sort of has the thumb on all the things that were going on in the meantime. So that was a surprise. And then, of course, the Cliff is working hard. Clint is working hard on the mountain lion and bobcat thing that Tom brought up. We don't know, there's many counties that oppose that, rural counties. And so we'll consider that on Wednesday when we get more specifics on that. It's true, they haven't looked at it yet because there's, like Tom said, there's 200 and some odd bills going through, and that's not the high priority one. And Cleve Simpson did say that he doesn't think it's going to reach any, probably be turned down in the session, but possibly put on the ballot to be voted on. So we'll find out more by the citizens. Kind of silly, sort of like the Wolves went down the same route. And I'm anxious to see who we pick for road and bridge supervisor. That's coming up. Your turn.
All righty. I didn't make the legislative sessions, but I did catch an update the other day. Update. One of the things they talked about there as well is 22-163, which is the bill that is going to set up if it passes the County Jail Standards Commission. So they're watching that as well, pretty close. And House Bill 1062, which is that sales tax that they're wanting to implement in on, or not to implement, but to exempt restaurants and even gas station food, like the pre-made sandwiches and things in a gas station and things of that nature, exempting that from sales tax as well. So we'll keep a pretty close eye on that as well. I did attend virtually the Sportsman's Caucus that was in regards to the Lions, and sat in on that. That was a pretty good meeting there as well. And then I did not make it up, but Braden conducted the meeting with the Planning and Zoning and the Planning Commission the other day. From my understanding, that meeting went very well. And thank you for doing that, sir. And then it was brought to my attention that when they go to do the overlay here on Highway 96, one of the bids that was put in on that included a gravel pit between Wetmore and Florence on Fremont County Road 19. And their best haul route to bring the gravel out of that would have came right across our county road 295 as soon as they came into Custer County. And if they'd have been doing a lot of hauling on that, they would have tore that road up. So I did make some phone calls, did get a hold of 2 or 3 different individuals with CDOT. Apparently the bid was let to, it has been let, and the contractor that got that said they will be hauling out of Huerfano County. So they'll be coming up to 69. So that might bring up another
Ruining the overlay.
that might bring up a new set of issues, but anyhow, they won't be trashing our road down there anyhow. And then I did have a request, and I suppose we can visit on this when we finish up the rest of our appointments. The art committee was wondering if they could receive a single point of contact with the commissioners. So I told them we could visit about that. And that would be about all I have here this morning.
Excuse me for a second. I got to talk.
Okay.
Just real quick here.
Nick, what do you have for us here this morning?
Well, Bill had asked me to start working on a proposed resolution concerning the mountain lion and bobcat legislation that may or may not come to fruition. And I put together just a very rough draft, my usual procedures to wait for some other county to do it and then
Properly plagiarized.
plagiarized, yeah, but I don't think there's any out there yet. So I just did a rough draft of one. And we'll see where we're at on Wednesday, I guess. I attended that
Clint,
meeting.
while you
Pardon me?
brought that up, I did ask first to find out if there are other, there may be some out there that we're not aware of, but I've asked people to try to find them,
Okay,
see
well,
what they bring.
I guess it sounds like the final draft of the bill isn't
You got time.
ready
Yeah.
yet, so. And last week on January 24th, the meeting that Chairman Day talked about with the Planning Commission and Planning and Zoning that was chaired by Braden Wilson in his absence. I attended that and it was a good meeting. I think we worked out a lot of the issues, especially procedural issues, how the Planning Commission and the Planning and Zoning office and director should work with one another. And I actually, one of the things that came out of that meeting is we talked about the two STRs that came before the Board of County Commissioners on November 16 of last year. Both of them, there was a recommendation for denial, and one denial was approved or granted by the Board of County Commissioners, and the other one, the board decided to override that and to grant that. And that's really on the agenda here. So I'll get into the details of those when we get to that agenda item, but I have some thoughts on those things and what we need to do to correct some problems I think occurred and how we should proceed in the future. So I guess that's all I have for right now.
Thank you, sir. Kelly, would you have anything for us or?
Nope, nothing.
All right. With all that typing on the minutes. Okay, we have an opportunity here for public comment. Anything you would like to comment on that is not on the agenda, feel free to do so now. Anybody online, sir? Okay, hearing none, then unfinished business. Anything from you, sir? Bill?
None here.
New business. Consideration of approving invoices, payroll, and the out-of-cycle checks. Had those to look at. That anyone would like to talk about before we have a motion?
I've got some questions, but I'll wait until we get to specific documents.
Yeah, I'll move that we approve the invoices. Do you want to do it separately, each one a separate motion, or we want to?
That would be my preference.
Yeah, that's what
I'd like to do all three separate, yes.
So I'm moving separate invoices.
The accounts payable. Is that the ones you're
Yeah,
talking about?
accounts pay. I'm sorry, accounts payable. I'm just reading it the way it was.
Second. Okay, so we have a motion and a second to approve the accounts payable report. Any discussion on that?
Well, I don't have a specific comment or questions about this, I guess, unless it overlaps into the out-of-cycle checks, but I don't think it will. I'll ask Braden when we get to those out-of-cycle checks.
Okay,
I'm good.
you're good as well. Any other comments? All those in favor then of accepting the accounts payable report signify by saying aye.
All right.
Aye.
Aye. We move to the out of cycle checks report then.
You want to do payroll first or out of cycle? Doesn't matter.
Let's go and do out of cycle.
Okay, I move we accept as presented the out of cycle checks.
Second. Yeah, I guess here's where my questions really stem from Mr. Wilson, if I may. And for some reason, I have lost the entire file of 2021, so I couldn't go back and cross-reference these. I thought we voted last month to approve the Fair Board and Carmel's invoices of Fair Board was 8486 and Carmel was 7,000. I thought we already did that.
You're
We did.
exactly right.
Why are we doing it again?
That's a great question. I don't know why.
Okay.
That must be the wrong file. but that's-
I actually wondered if it maybe wasn't, but I couldn't go back and look at last month's because I cannot find it. My whole 2022 document file is missing, or 2021 document file is missing.
Yeah, I'm just seeing that too.
Yeah, so I would,
Was there any other one there that looks common? Because
The payroll looks as though it's also from
right.
December, so
seemed to be.
if we could.
And actually
table this
it's,
for later in the meeting.
I'm looking at a date at the top from 12/1 to 12/29. So
I would move that we postpone this item. I don't know, there might be a better way to do that, but
So you want to just,
could you have that for us by Wednesday, Tuesday or Wednesday, or
Or even the end of the meeting.
by the end of the meeting?
okay, so procedurally, we're gonna just vote to not do what we moved and seconded to do, and then-
Yeah, I would-
So let's do
I would
that.
move to postpone this until we get the accurate
There you go.
document.
So that could be Wednesday.
Or we can withdraw that motion to approve and then just move to postpone this item. That's up to you.
Yeah, I'll pick a date. You want to do it on Wednesday? Can you have it by Wednesday
You said you could have it by the end of the meeting today.
or today? Really? Oh, okay, good.
And it shouldn't matter. There shouldn't be a ton on on that out of cycle report, and
So
then
that's just
payroll
postponed.
is more the formality side.
We can
So-
just postpone that discussion.
So that would be my motion, so. Unless,
Could you repeat that?
unless Commissioner Canada wishes to withdraw his motion, then I
Let's just
could
postpone
move,
what he
but
said.
my motion was to postpone it until we get the accurate document. Which could be today, could be whenever we get it.
I would second that motion. Any other discussion on that? Those in favor of postponing action on the out of cycle report signify by saying aye.
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 Then as Braden indicated, the payroll report's more of a information item, correct? I don't really know that we even need a motion to approve that, but I guess that would be up to us and what we decide we want to do.
We thought about that before. I thought we were just, we don't need to.
Looking at it during the meeting.
Forget it. I'm good.
Okay, that works good then.
You know, I do think it's important that we have an opportunity to look at it in case we do have a question or concern, but.
Should be heading to your inbox right now.
What the new one?
Correct. Sorry, I didn't think they were on this computer.
Okay, well, I think we, maybe during the break, we can take a look at it. I don't really want to pick it back up right away.
Kelly has a question.
Yes,
Just a procedural question on the payroll. They've always approved the payroll before. Since it's separate from the AP report and it's money being spent.
Yeah, I think, if I may, sir, share my perspective. I think in a conversation we had a couple of months ago with Braden, that when we adopt the budget, in essence, we're adopting and approving all the salaries. So I look at this more as a report, just an informational report.
It is.
That's my perspective.
And we agreed on that.
we will try to remember that in the future because
Next month we
we'll
might
probably
want
have
to
this
approve it.
conversation again. So,
Just put a note and then take it off.
so
Yeah, we'll continue to get the report though, correct?
and like
and
the report and like you say, maybe just remove that particular one from.
And there, we have another opportunity when we have our reports by Braden each month anyway, to look at it. That's required by statute anyway. So we're good.
But it wouldn't be until the following month that we would have that.
Correct.
Let's see, did the agenda? Oh, yeah. So we could maybe just consider approving the accounts payable and out cycle checks and then just discussion of the payroll report. That way we know it's going to be at each meeting. Just a thought.
I would be good with that. And your motion would effectively kill the previous motion, correct?
That is correct. It overrides the main motion.
Our next item on the agenda then would be consideration of correcting the procedural irregularities concerning the two STR applications. I'll give it to you, Clint.
Well, the meeting we had last week where Braden chaired that meeting and Bobby was there on behalf of the Planning and Zoning Office, and several of the members, including Vic Barnes from the Planning Commission, were there. We were talking about various procedures, but one of the things that came up, and after looking at the zoning resolution more carefully than I have done in the past, I realized that there's been a procedural irregularity that's been going on for years. The two that I'm talking about specifically were, I believe it was a hearing in the Planning Commission on November 1 of last year, where they were considering two applications, one from RJ Investments and another one from what's been commonly referred to as Dr. Ned, because everybody has so much trouble pronouncing the gentleman's name. The Planning Commission, after hearing the evidence and testimony on both of those applications, voted to deny them. And first of all, under Robert's rules, the correct procedure, and Braden pointed this out, that they made a motion to deny or to recommend denial, and a motion to deny is really not a proper motion. There should have been a motion to approve. And then, several different things could have happened. If one of the members of the Planning Commission moved to approve either of those STRs, then if there was no second on the motion, then the motion itself would have died, and that would have constituted denial. If there had been a second for purposes of discussion, at least before a vote, then they would have been voting on whether or not to recommend approval. If there was not a majority vote to approve, that would have constituted a denial. And on page 33 of our zoning resolution, the language, and it's right above 4.3 where it talks about the Board of Zoning Adjustment. Paragraph number 12 says, if any action by the Planning Commission fails to receive the required majority vote, the action shall be considered denied. So both of those votes by the Planning Commission on that date were votes to deny. Neither of those matters should have come to the Board of County Commissioners, even though that traditionally has been the procedure in the past. They recommend the denial And that's not how it should have been done. The next step there, if there is a denial by the planning commission, then it should go, if the parties whose application, in this case, application for a short-term rental had been denied by the planning commission, the next step would have been an appeal to the Board of Zoning Adjustment. So the ones on RJ Investments and on Dr. Ned, neither of those should have come before the Board of County Commissioners at its November 16 meeting. Now, with respect to RJ Investment, as I said, the Board of County Commissioners voted to not accept the recommendation for denial, but to go ahead and approve that. And my suggestion here is, even though that was a procedural irregularity, once that action was taken and there was reliance on that action by the applicants, in this case, the owners of RJ Investment, then a legal principle, a common law principle called estoppel may come into play. If there is an action taken, in this case by the BOCC, and there's reliance on that action and the parties go ahead believing that their STR has been approved, then estoppel could kick in. It's a common law principle that says if there is reliance on some action, then you really can't undo it. And it's an equitable principle, and it applies in different situations in different ways. But my suggestion on that one is to basically, because I initially sent out an email to all of you saying, well, you probably should rescind that action, send it back to the Planning Commission for them to just, vote on it again, and after thinking about it, I just think that's a lot of unnecessary work. So my suggestion there is to just say basically, oops, well, we followed the wrong procedure on that one, but we are going to accept the doctrine of estoppel and let that stand so RJ Investments can go ahead with its short-term rental. Now, on the other one with Dr. Ned, that was a vote to deny, and that was referred then to the Board of County Commissioners for consideration on that recommendation. Again, that one, a recommendation to deny is an improper. Once the Planning Commission voted on it and did not get the required majority vote to approve, it should have, that constitutes a denial. That one should not have come to the Board of County Commissioners. It should have just gone straight, if the applicant so chose, it should have been appealed to the Board of Zoning Adjustment. Now, that applicant has reapplied for a short-term rental permit, and that matter is coming up before the Planning Commission a week from today on February 7th. And what I would recommend today, excuse me, is that the Board of County Commissioners notify the Planning Commission formally that they are referring that matter back. It was an improper referral to the Board of County Commissioners in the first place, and they're sending it back to the Planning Commission to act on its vote, to treat that as a vote, as a denial, and to notify the parties, or in that case, Dr. Ned and his attorney, if they do want to appeal that, it should be appealed to the Board of Zoning Adjustment for further action. So in other words, and also there would not be any further hearing on it. All of the evidence that was presented that the Planning Commission based its vote on would be the evidence. It wouldn't be reopened for further evidence, further argument, further input from the applicant or other interested parties or the public. It would just go back to the Planning Commission to say that that vote is a denial and then advise the parties or Dr. Ned and his attorney about the procedure regarding the Board of Zoning Adjustment. So that's why I asked to put this on the agenda today, because I think, and going forward, and I plan to attend the Planning Commission meetings and sit there in the capacity of legal counsel to the extent they need it, and be there to give them advice. And that's not asking for any extra pay or anything else for that. And this is something I should have caught a while back, but I never
You
did.
sure you
So-
don't want extra pay for that?
Oh, okay.
Twist his arm.
Yeah, that's what I was angling for all along here, but for when they're here, having their hearings on applications for special use permits and short-term rental permits especially, a lot of the other work that's done there is done in-house by the planning and zoning director for variances, requests for variances that don't have to go in front of the planning commission. But, for setbacks and things like that, or vacating, property lines. Jackie Hobby just makes the decision on those herself. But this particular one on the application by Dr. Nett for a short-term rental that the planning commission voted to deny, that should have been the end of it. It shouldn't have come to the Board of County Commissioners. So I am recommending that you make a motion to refer this back to the Planning Commission to act upon its denial or its vote to deny the application, and then to advise the parties. And I also, as a matter of courtesy, would certainly want to notify the parties ahead of time so they know what is coming up, that it would not be another hearing, that they would not be entitled to bring in more witnesses and have more evidence or argument, but just to clear up the record and to refer them to the Board of Zoning Adjustment for further action. And also, I've talked to Jackie Hobby about this, the application fee that's been paid to her office for the new STR application. I would request that the Board of County Commissioners approve refunding that fee or allowing that fee to be applied to the fee for the application to the Board of Zoning Adjustment, the appeal to the Board of Zoning Adjustment. Questions?
I got two asking.
Sure.
Just one of substance, more one you just referred to. How does returning it back, and we can follow your suggestion, affect that new application the way you stated it? It sounds like they took action based upon the denial to reapply. Were they reapplying with the same data, or is this a new application with some other thing?
I don't know if they changed anything.
So-
In my opinion, it doesn't really matter.
Right. If it doesn't really matter.
I mean, because the first one was denied and they should take action on that denial at that
Right.
level. If there's a new application for an STR that is a whole new ballgame, that's something else.
That's what I was gonna
It's the
ask.
same application.
Any application could be denied. And how long does that person have to reapply for another shot at it? Because, or is it terminated till their next of kin?
I didn't see that in the zoning resolution. I do know they have 30 days if they want to appeal it to the Board of Zoning Adjustment. And that should also
Okay,
be
so-
waived because of the irregularity and how this all happened.
But it sounds like, 30 days have passed.
Yes, but I
So-
would suggest that if we go down this road and send it back, that the 30 days would start over when the Planning Commission acts on this and said we shouldn't.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. We want to be clear of the instructions because they followed what they thought were the rules and
Right,
reapplied.
right.
And we don't want to charge them. You said we are refunding. We're going to recommend, you're going to ask us to
Yes,
refund
now,
them.
I don't know. I haven't asked Jackie if the application has anything new in it. I haven't seen that compared to the previous application. If it does, I'd still want to get this taken care of on the first application and to get that one
Yeah, I wanted to divorce the two. That's what I'm trying to get to.
correct. So if that's denied and they're advised that they have 30 days if they want to appeal that to the BZA, they can, and that the fee for the new application would be refunded. If they still, want to go ahead with another application after we sort of cleared up the muddy waters on that first one, I would say that they, I don't know if they want to just let that one stand. I mean, the original denial, and if they're coming at this from a whole different direction.
Sure.
So,
Well, I'm getting a pretty clear picture. The picture I see you painting is clear up this old one.
yeah,
New one, it doesn't matter because it's already past 30 days, whatever, and let them, if they want to go and reapply or appeal, that's their decision. Once they know that we're open the door for an appeal.
well, and I think, again, I know that's one of the things they sort of argued to Jackie Hobby unofficially, is they think that the procedures weren't followed. So,
There you go.
but
All right, that helps me.
But I did talk to the members, the planning commission were present and the chairman, of course, Vic Barnes, and I told them I was going to recommend this to you in today's meeting. First, I was thinking about doing it in a executive session, and I thought for the sake of transparency, it'd be better just to do this out in the open and give you my opinion on what needs to be done on this to get the matter in the correct posture. Then if Dr. Nett and his attorney, if they do want to pursue this again, we've got that first one taken care of correctly.
If this is referred back to the planning commission, I guess my question would be their options. Do they have the option to only just deny again, or do they have the option then of either denying or approving?
Well, they don't approve, the only option they would have, if we send it back to them, would be somebody makes a motion to approve and there's a second and the motion actually carries, there's a majority vote to approve, in which case that application would come back to you again. But it should not have come to you as a recommendation for denial. It should only come to you if there's a recommendation for approval. So I mean, my feeling is that it would be the same result, but I think frankly, I'm not even sure there would be a motion at all. I think the only way they got to a vote, and I wasn't at that meeting, but it was a motion to deny, and then they voted on the motion, to deny, and there was certainly a second for that. And I think there was one or two that voted against the denial. But when you're voting to deny and then you vote aye, I'm not even sure as a negative motion where you stand if you're actually voting to approve or so. And I'm not an expert on Robert rules. Like, fortunately, Braden had some very good training on that. And but I think that's how we should do this, just to get it in the correct posture. So, because eventually this could come back again. I want to be sure we did follow the procedure that's spelled out in our zoning resolution. That ever since I came on as county attorney, and I'm in my 8th year doing this now, it's always come from the planning commission as either a motion to recommend approval or not a motion, a recommendation for approval or a recommendation for denial. And nobody's ever, I guess, questioned that or caught that before, but they really shouldn't be recommending a denial under the language in the zoning resolution.
But technically, it could go either way when we.
Once it goes back, unless you refer it back to them with the instructions. And you really can't tell the planning commission how to vote on something. They've already voted on something. just be to try to clear up the record that if they did intend to deny the application, that they should vote on it accordingly. And, maybe make another vote or another motion on it, and or accept the vote they took, but understand that that was a denial, and it should not have come to the BOCC at that point.
Thank you, Clint. I come at it from a different direction, but I'll get to that in a minute. First of all, I want to make sure that I was at both of the meetings in question here. But I want to just make sure that what I think is going on actually occurred. So I'm asking for a little clarification. You indicated that the short-term rental app for RJ Investments, the Planning Commission voted to make a recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners. They did not vote to deny or accept, correct? That's not within their purview. They don't have the authority to do that.
Right.
They do have the authority to make a motion to recommend to us approval or denial. Now that I get what you're saying, that you're questioning that, but as of right now, I think that's what the Planning Commission operates under, is they realize they're voting to make a recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners.
That was their intent.
And I think that vote, if I remember right, for RJ Investments was, their recommendation was for us to deny that application.
Correct.
And subsequently, then the Board of County Commissioners overruled that recommendation and we voted to approve.
Correct.
So as it stands right now, RJ Investments has been approved for short-term rental, their application.
Correct.
Okay. And then on Orbitstando's application, the Planning Commission also voted to recommend denial recommended to the Board of County Commissioners to deny that application as well.
Correct.
So that was from the PC. And then we subsequently voted to accept their recommendation to deny. So the planning or the county commissioners denied that one as well. So one of those two applications were denied by the Board of County Commissioners, and one was approved.
Correct.
Okay. With respect to your comments on page 33 of the zoning resolution, understand that language there is that makes sense to me, that if a motion doesn't require or doesn't get the required majority vote of the PC, then the action would be considered denied. I'm not sure that number 12, E12, is an overarching blanket to be thrown over the short-term rental process, but it certainly may be. One of the problems that comes up in E12 is what constitutes a majority vote of the Planning Commission. That can change. It shouldn't, but I believe it can, and that's erroneous. The membership of that Planning Commission could change from meeting to meeting. They could bring in alternates. They could bring in an alternate or more than one, as I understand it. So I think when we really get down to splitting hairs, that the first thing that probably needs to occur at each Planning Commission meeting is for the chairman to make sure everybody understands what the quorum is, what a majority vote is going to consist of. E6 talks about a minimum of 4 seated members of the Planning Commission must be present for a quorum. And so then a majority vote, it could change, is what I'm saying. That majority vote could change. It could be 3, could be 5, just depends on how many members are at any given Planning Commission. So I think there's some gray area there for sure. If we go back to the short-term rental section of the zoning resolution, specifically section 910, I paid particular attention to what the Planning Commission shall do and what the Board of County Commissioners shall do. The language gets a little vague if we're really getting down into the weeds here. It gets a little more technical, but 910E4 says that the Planning Commission shall make a recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners, including pertinent findings supporting the recommended action. If you take that statement at face value, there is room to ask the question, make what recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners? I've researched, studied this, reasonably well-educated in parliamentary law. I think the way it's written, that what we're doing is exactly right. I think the Planning Commission has the authority to make a recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners to either accept or deny an applicant. The Planning Commission doesn't have the authority to deny an application for a short-term rental. If we all agree to that, then who does? That would be the Board of County Commissioners. In the spirit of the zoning resolution, their recommendations come to the Board of County Commissioners. So I disagree with the council here. I have researched it. A motion made to deny an application is not a negative motion. In the statement, they're charged with making a recommendation to us. But I think council is right that the Planning Commission could adopt procedurally to say the only motion the chair would accept would be a motion to approve. And if that motion fails, if the chair accepted a motion to make a recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners to approve, and if that motion failed, then the subsequent result of that would be that motion failed. It doesn't necessarily mean that they voted on a motion to deny. So I'm in opposition to council here. I think that the Planning Commission has the authority and the duty to introduce a motion either to make the recommendation to approve or deny. And I base that on this premise that in parliamentary law, if you make a motion to do something, it is a positive motion. If they make a motion to recommend denial to us, that is not a negative motion. That's a positive motion. If they make a motion to recommend approval, same thing. That's a positive motion. Both of those have the intent of moving an item of business forward to us. If they said, for example, a motion was made not to make a recommendation to us, that would be an illegal motion. One, because it's an illegal motion in parliamentary law. Two, they don't have the authority to do that. They are charged with making a recommendation to us. Now, I would agree that if we, which we have, if we vote to deny, then that applicant has the right to appeal to the BZA without a fee. There is no fee on the fee schedule to appeal to the Board of Zoning Adjustment. Okay, as I understand, I'm just telling you my perspective and what I've gleaned out of all of the documents. I think this 910E4, when it says make a recommendation, well, it doesn't say make a recommendation to approve or deny. Whatever recommendation they make to us is within their authority and their realm of what they've been charged to do with the planning, with the zoning resolution. So, and then we move on to 910E or F 1 and 2. We at the Board of County Commissioners shall review the application and grant, deny, or modify the application as suggested in 910-2 at that particular BOCC meeting. So I think we have the authority and the right to deny a motion or to deny a short-term rental, whether it's been recommended from the Planning Commission for approval or denial. But I disagree with council. I think that that we should expect the planning commission to come to us with a clear recommendation of approval or denial. I don't want to get hung up on the fact that the word denial connotates a negative motion, because in my opinion, and the opinion of my research, including reaching out to recognized experts in parliamentary law, that is not a negative motion. So I don't know if that really clears things up or not. My understanding was, in setting in the meeting on Orbit's Tondo's application, was that they presented him with conditions, which we haven't talked about yet today, but they gave him some conditions to meet in order for the planning commission to recommend approval. And Clint, they did resubmit, including 10 or 12 photographs to document that they had met one of the conditions that the planning commission put on them, and that was to completely tear out all the plumbing in the bathroom. That was one of the points of contention. So I guess I didn't research it specifically, but I don't remember reading that because the planning commission directed the applicant to meet those conditions, that they're subject to another application fee back to get before the planning commission to review their application again. I don't think that's the case. I think his original fee still stands. So that's basically my take on it. With respect, sir, I just think we are the victim here of some wording that's not very clear in the planning or in the zoning resolution. But I think the way we have been operating is certainly an acceptable practice. I reference Robert's Rules of Orders on negative motions in this particular newly revised sideways 11th edition on page 104. They talk about what constitutes a negative motion and what doesn't.
5.
What?
Page 105.
Oh, 105, yeah, sorry.
Line
The
eight.
section starts on 104, but the actual language is on page 105, line 8, and I can quote that to you if you'd like. The other thing is that in parliamentary law, it's not always black and white. There are some mays or shoulds in there to make recommendations on how things could proceed, and this is one of those examples. It says on line 8, it is preferable to avoid a motion containing a negative statement, even in cases where the effect of the motion is proposed that something be done, since members may become confused as to the effect of voting. And I lay that off on the chairman. If there's any confusion on the voting, that's the chairman's responsibility to clear that up. Then they give some examples, but certainly it's within the realm. And I just sat through 2 days of hearings where we continually had an opportunity to introduce a motion to oppose. A motion to oppose is no different than a motion to deny, really. It's just because the word oppose has a negative connotation does not mean that the motion itself is negative. So I spoke with the chairman of the planning commission at length. There is other ways to handle this to avoid getting into that gray area. And that is, as I think council was referring to, some member of the planning commission could introduce a motion to approve to get it on the table, which we do in here. We may not be in favor of something, but we're going to make the motion so we can get it in front of the body to discuss that. But it is also incumbent upon the chair to inform the members of his body that just because you make a motion does not mean you necessarily support that motion. And that is a way to get around that, making a negative motion. So
And we do that.
we know that, absolutely. We do it routinely. Usually we qualify that with, well, I'll go ahead and make a motion to do this so that we can discuss it. That's absolutely within the realm parliamentary law here. So, but it is risky if the chairman does not do a good job of explaining to his members. Just because you introduce a motion does not mean you're obligated to vote for that motion. So I truly believe, Clint, that they're well within parliamentary law to introduce a motion to deny to us. I think on 910E4, that's exactly what they're charged to do. It doesn't say that. It just says make a recommendation. It should say make a recommendation to either deny or approve an application, whatever it is. In this case, we're talking about short-term rentals. So I think we're on solid ground with Urbitondo and RJ Investments as it stands today. I'm expecting that Urbitondo will go back to the Planning Commission and then they will reconsider that. We can't refer an item of business back to any other body once we've made a decision on that. We either have to rescind the action of this body and then operate from there. But you cannot refer an item of business once a decision's been made. So I'll stop there and we can continue.
And I got just one question, and I should have said that you would have to rescind, not refer it back.
Right.
Rescind it and then send it back to them.
Yeah.
You've set aside your action, but on page 73, I'm looking at the short-term rental language now up at the very top, talking about it says CC shall. This is one that's been where a recommendation has been sent to the BOCC. And number 2, there says shall grant, deny, or modify the application. So I guess my question is then, does it then become a BOCC matter at that point if you feel that there's some modifications or you want more conditions? That's instead of sending it back to the Planning Commission for more input, that you take, carry the ball from that point.
Correct. And that was my discussion, one of my points of discussion with the chairman of the Planning Commission, that if we follow the resolution as it's written, then absolutely we could add additional or subtract conditions. Again, I think the Planning Commission's job is to hear all of this, filter through everything, and then recommend to us what they think we should do. They're not telling us what we should do. Then I think the Board of County Commissioners has the authority to grant, deny, or modify after that. I'm not saying the whole thing is exactly the smoothest process in the world, but that's what it says, and that's what we voted on when we adopted this.
I see that. I just see it as kind of reopening the whole
let me.
process again.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to follow up with you, Clint. I agree with Tom on the procedures of parliamentary rules and that kind of thing. You're 100% right, Tom. That doesn't mean that our process is right and that we may have to modify something here. So to be clear, the process is Planning Commission makes a decision on whether something ought to be approved or denied, an STR, land use issue, whatever that issue is. From what we just said, it sounds like that if they deny it, the only recourse that a landowner has is to go to the Board of Zoning Adjustment for an appeal. That shouldn't come to us. All they should come to us would be the approvals. If we'd objected to the approval, then we could discuss that at that point there. I got the feeling that the people that came to that meeting in a public hearing thought it was an appeal process, that they could appeal a decision that was already made. So all I'm saying is I don't think this what you've said, Clint, doesn't really clarify it up. I think we're good from what we've just said. The actions have occurred. The positive one, how do you spell it? That's the other question. Obistando, like a herb.
But it's
right.
So I think that's great. I mean, it's an action that occurred. People's lives have changed. They've invested money, blah, 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 and you don't want to back up. And now you've got a precedent set. So that's fine. So we probably need to straighten up, if we do think there's a problem here, this might indicate that we have an issue that we got to go back and modify. That's what happens all the time. You make a law and you fix it if it's wrong. So that's what's occurred here, an ordinance that we put into place. And we didn't think through the processes of how many steps it's got to go through. And in a public hearing, you come to the hearing expecting that decision to be made. Planning and zoning said, we're going to approve it. And they go on with life. If they deny it, then they want to appeal that. What's the next step? BZA. And of course, the BZA, and we state that, is a semi-quasi board. And that's why a board of commissioners, it seems like if we jump the gun and we make a decision without having gone through that process, we're out of order somehow legally. I just want to follow the state statutes. So that we can talk about later. So let's get back to the original question.
Response, if I may.
Yeah, right.
Commissioner Kent.
Because all I was trying to do is clarify it, and you can help. But my point is, what we're trying to consider is how you stated it, the procedural irregularities. What was the point of this? Are we going to try to? We're not going to vote on modifying the rules now. We're going to vote on. Have they clarified it? Do we need to send them back to do some more work? Let's get maybe it's a whole new process, or we get a workshop together, or we revote something else. Let's try to get to this particular motion that we've got here or this consideration. I don't know, of procedural irregularities. What was the intent coming out of that, Clint?
The intent coming out of what?
The way you got the motion, or the item we're considering is consideration of irregularities concerning the two STRs.
Well, I thought that relying on the language that I did on page 33, that it would be the appropriate way to proceed would be for the Board of County Commissioners to rescind its denial that occurred on November 16, and then refer the matter back to the Planning Commission with an explanation of, we're, I guess, calling their attention to the same, provision of the zoning resolution that I cited to you. If it's a denial, and part of it is so often the way the Planning Commission works, they don't use the word recommend, they just make a motion.
Yeah.
I move that we deny. They should state, I move that we recommend to the Board of County Commissioners that this application be denied. It makes it sound like their decision is final, and then it just comes to you to kind of rubber stamp it. I mean, procedurally, and I certainly can understand Tom's argument, and when I was a judge, this is the kind of thing I just kind of turn my back and flip a coin, because I never could figure out which way to go in some of these legal issues.
So we've got that issue. The other one is we can straighten up the process. Does it go to the Board of Adjustment, or does it come here first? And then when does that happen? That can be worked out later.
Well,
let's get through this piece here.
Tom had a comment here, I believe.
I do a couple things. One, I don't want to beat this dead horse to death, but we certainly need to work through this. We can't just say, okay, we got to move on. This needs to be dealt with. One, as I indicated, I said in those meetings, it was very clearly stated by the chairman. There was no confusion that was any kind of an appeals hearing. Those applicants knew exactly what was going on. To Clint's point, one person made the motion and said, I move we deny this application. The chairman quickly corrected the language and corrected the member to say, no, that is not a proper motion. We're not denying or approving. You're welcome to make the motion to recommend whatever you want. So there was a little confusion, but chairman quickly corrected that. And
so it came to you in the form of a
recommendation, clearly, yes. And they had to do that 2 or 3 times over the span of those 2 meetings, because those members, crying out loud, they show up once a month or once every 2 months. So
Tom, I didn't mean to imply that that was the appeal. I thought when they came to us, the Board of Commissioners, when we got,
Got you. Okay.
when I wasn't denying, I wasn't arguing about how that occurred in that meeting.
Yeah, and
I
I
got the feeling.
can't speak to what they thought.
No, but they were all here to, defend
It
themselves.
came to us to make a decision, which
Yeah,
they
right.
clearly, and there's
That's
language
exactly
in
right.
here, and we haven't been doing this either. Let me see if I can find it real quick. 910C6 says that an applicant for an STR permit shall appear in person or by authorized representative at meetings of the PC to present the application. And then later it says that the same language about attending the BOCC meeting, and we haven't done that unless you want to loosely translate the director of planning and zoning to be their authorized representative. I'm not sure that's that holds water either, but
No, I agree with you 100%, Tom. The issue was, were they looking at our BOCC meeting or should they have gone to a BZA meeting first before it came to us?
no, I don't believe they should have.
Not under our procedure.
Right.
I'm just asking.
Oh, if they thought that.
Yeah, or whether we should consider, how do we clarify this in the future? So we're not wrapped around the axle again. That's all my point.
I think one thing's not going to come to the resolution today. And that's the fact, what exactly should our procedures be? I think we need
That's
to
true.
address that. Depending upon what section you're reading out of in those zoning regulations will sway the way that you're looking at the procedures that we are using. As to whether it should leave the planning commission and go to the BZA or whether it should come to us. It appears in the 910, the short-term rental section, that it comes to us from the planning commission.
Clearly.
That's true.
Elsewhere in the planning and zoning regs, it should go from the planning commission to the BZA. And
Yeah.
that is an issue I think
Yeah.
that we need to address so that we have that cleared up.
And I would agree with you, with the exception of the short-term rental application. Those other applications, they do make a decision on those. And then the appellate process would go to the BZA, but they don't make a decision on short-term rentals. We do. So there can be an appeal to that process.
Right now, that's the way it's
Make a
written.
decision
Yeah.
according to this document, which is all we have
Doesn't
to go
mean we
on.
can't fix it later. Fix it.
So that's why I maintain that we did follow the intent of the zoning of the short-term resolution portion of the zoning permit or of the zoning application, or the permit in 910. I would agree that there's some muddy water between the policies and procedures of the planning commission laid out on page 33 that doesn't clearly align with what we've lined out in 910 for short-term
Right.
rentals. But we're talking about short-term rentals today, right? That's where the conversation is, not that there's not other issues down the road, but I agree, we certainly can't solve all those today. So as it stands, I personally not personally, as a VOCC member, I don't think there's anything for us to do. If Tondo doesn't agree with our decision to deny his application, then yes, he should go to the BZA. That's the way it's spelled out here. But we get into even more gray water when the planning commission said, hey, here's these conditions. And I'd have to go back and look at the actual language of the motion that a Board of County Commissioner made was to deny and then give him the opportunity to make those conditions,
Right.
to meet those conditions, which I think is what we did, but I can't prove it because I can't find those things.
See, and then that's why we need to clarify, because going to the BZA after us puts them in a hierarchy of overriding a commissioner, which is it's not
BZA,
Yeah,
you're talking about?
yeah. See, the way we've got it causes that to happen, which is not legal. I don't believe.
Well, I think it is according to our zoning
Well,
resolution.
according to our regulation, I'm not saying the regulation is.
They can't.
You're right.
They can't appeal a decision that hasn't been made.
Yeah.
And the
Well-
planning commission doesn't make the decisions.
Right now, the way it's written.
Right.
That's my point.
Right.
So-
Oh, I'm not arguing that we shouldn't look
Right.
at this down the road.
Absolutely.
But I'm not sure it's fair to the applicants to say, well, you're gonna have to wait until we redo this zoning resolution, which might take 60 to 90 days
Bingo, and you're right.
to get done.
And that's why I agree.
For all the
I
hearings.
think we're saying we agree.
But I don't see where it holds merit to rescind our action and refer this back to the planning commission.
Right.
If that statement is based on that we operated outside.
I agree.
Of the resolution, which I don't think we did.
I guess I will ask Clint one more time then. Given the discussion and items brought forward, sir, do you feel in your opinion, are we within our purview or not in the action that we took?
Well, I want to throw one more monkey wrench into this,
Go ahead, sir.
which is on page 73 of the zoning resolution. 9.10.5 says, before granting an STR permit, the PC and the BOCC shall hold a meeting or meetings in compliance with Appendix E. And if you look at Appendix E, which is back on page 135, it says a little confusing. The BOCC, PC, and the BZA meet in regularly scheduled meetings. The dates are scheduled at the beginning of each year. I guess I was reading that they should meet together, but apparently, I guess that's talking about those bodies meeting
Right.
separately.
Yeah, I think if it said meet in a regularly scheduled meeting, then you would
Yeah,
construe that it meant all
Separate
three.
meeting.
But I think it's separation. And then it said we can also have special meetings be held as necessary and advertised, which we did that. It was on the agenda that we were going to consider those
all right.
short-term rental apps.
Okay, that's
So,
fine.
yeah.
Be sure. And then I guess to answer your question, Kevin, at this point, I would suggest that there be no action taken by the BOCC, that we let this matter come before the planning commission on the new application.
Right.
So we can see what's in there, see what argument may be made on behalf of the applicant. And if he's rehashing the same thing that was already argued, then I think, we could say that's already been decided. But if they're bringing up new reasons why the application should be granted, then they're entitled to a new hearing. But I certainly would say they shouldn't waste their time going over the same things and the same objections. But at this point, my recommendation would be, let's just leave it where it is and see what happens at the planning commission and where they go from there, what action the applicant is seeking and what the applicant intends to present, and then I'll certainly be there for that. And I'll be able to report to you in a lot more detail at the next commissioners meeting.
Yeah, I would support that.
February.
One other quick question, and I would ask maybe council to follow up on this. I've got the fee schedule that we adopted in front of me, and there is nothing in here that I can find that talks about a fee connected to an appeal to the BZA. So
Jackie said it was $300, but I've never looked at the fee schedule, so I don't know where she got that number from.
Yeah. No, I can't speak to that either. There's no fee on here for $300. So, but a special use permit, in my opinion, an application and that that $450 for a presentation, $300 for a hearing, I don't I said there wasn't $300 in here. That's not true. It's included in this $400 for a presentation of a special use permit, $300 for a hearing. I suppose one could argue that an appeal to the BZA is a hearing. That's probably some language we need to clear up. But if I was a taxpayer in this county, which I am, and was in this process, I'd say, wait a minute, I should have the right to appeal to this.
Sure.
Included in my initial permit fee. That should allow me to get into the whole process. I should have to pay extra money just to have an appellate hearing. It does say $300 for a hearing, but it doesn't elaborate on what those hearings are. So I misspoke when I said there wasn't a $300 thing in here, but that's another issue again that, may come up if they want to go to the BZA, but the BZA is a very ubiquitous creature, man. There's not a lot of language that spells out everything that might be wrapped around a BZA meeting and all the attending business that goes with it. So I don't know. I would support council's last recommendation that we take no action on this today and wait and see what comes out of there.
Just a quick thing to bring up, given that I was in that meeting and just kind of putting that out there as well. This idea of whether we recommend an approval, recommend a denial, or recommend or to not straight up deny was a very confusing subject for the entire commission. And so I think that just coming from the stance of we've had some issues between the Planning Commission and the BOCC and the Planning and Zoning Director, just to make sure that we're addressing those issues still, because we thought we had, by clarifying that they're not able to recommend a denial, but they're to recommend an approval or deny. That was what we had come to in that meeting. What I'm hearing is that probably isn't the case, or at least needs to be better defined. I just want to make sure that everyone's aware that is something we do need to clear up for the.
Yeah, and I understand. I just don't think the Planning Commission has the ability or the authority to deny when it comes to short-term rentals. They don't have that authority. So their job is to make a recommendation to this board.
Right.
Mr. Chairman, just a suggestion which happened several months ago, I think. Mr. Flower had a recording of one of the PC meetings, I believe, and it was very confusing about what the motions were. And after that point, and I will have full disclosure, Vic and I have been rather well acquainted for 53 years. After that point, and thinking that there was the ability for the PC to say that they did not recommend that a special use permit be approved. Motions were actually written out. And the way the motion was written was that the Planning Commission recommend to the Board of County Commissioners that the Sleepy Hollow short-term rental be approved or alternately be denied. So the word recommend came to you in those motions, and that was after there was some
clarification,
some very much, yeah, there was a great deal of confusion, and hopefully that clarified it. As Mr. Flowers did, I consulted with a registered parliamentarian about motions, although I've had some experience with them. And so those motions were deemed acceptable to, so that's something that is helpful. I understand what Mr. Wilson is saying about there being some confusion, but Roberts is very clear about writing out motions if there is some degree of confusion that could happen. Very clear about that. So something for, perhaps Mr. Smith needs to go over those motions, make sure they're worded correctly, but at least the last few motions that have come from the planning commission have had the word recommend in them.
And to everybody's defense, I think this is a new process for all of us involved. And we also had a very high volume of said permits or applications. And it just kind of exasperated, and new process, new section in our zoning regs. And it's something that we all need to work through. And coming out the other side, I think we're seeing some areas that we need to address. And we can make it better and move forward.
Okay, so I agree. And Marcy, you got another point?
I
I'm
just
sorry.
have a comment when we're talking about all this. Today, it's always about the applicant. We have to remember, if an application goes through, there are two sides to this application. You know, there's the neighbors and there's the applicant. And you know, we've never said anything. Clint has always said, well, the applicant can do this, the applicant can do this. We've got to put in what the neighbors can do also, or understand what they're doing.
They're hearing.
Because this confusion with what's happening today, what happened to, you know, in November 3rd and 4th and November 1st, has really put a burden on the neighbors as well as the applicant. And we wouldn't let our lawyer come today because we couldn't afford him to sit here for 3 hours. So, you know, you got to remember there's two sides of this applicant to an STR. There are the neighbors and there are the applicant.
Yeah, you know, if I may, sir, one of the issues that comes back to this document is clearly it allows for adjoining landowners to have input. That's the end of it. There's no wording, no language in here that indicates to what degree that input should be taken into consideration. It's almost like if you wanted to kind of come at it from the negative side to say, yeah, they're going to let us come in and talk, but it doesn't mean anything. That's really what it is. That's how it's written
That's
here.
how we felt.
Absolutely. So I don't know how you would quantify that either. That certainly probably is, to Kevin's point, something we need to look at in the resolution as well. To what degree does neighbor input, adjoining land owners input play into the whole thing? It's not spelled out here. So that's really up to the planning commission to decide how much political influence they want to put on weight on those. And then consequently, if it comes to this board, then we would have to decide how much weight do we want to put on adjoining landowners too.
And in respect to the planning commission, they did listen to us. They did, because we had brought many things up, but they did listen to us. But again, it's nowhere. And then I hear, well, after you go here, the applicant can appeal. Well, can the neighbors appeal?
Right. See, and that's what I'm saying in the BZA for the appeal side, there's just not a lot spelled out.
Right.
So it is a public hearing, I think, but I'd have to do a
See,
little
we
more
don't
digging
even,
to know that. And currently, I don't think we even have a seated chair in the BZA because they haven't met, and they never meet until they have to, which is probably not a great idea either. They ought to at least meet and seat their officers. So
It is a public hearing. I'm looking at the rules concerning.
yeah.
Yeah, and a public hearing involves every neighbor and even people that haven't got a vested interest in anything except maybe a bigger picture for Custer County and how things are approved or not. And that has to be heard.
The usual rule, and I think this is what I'm understanding here, when you appeal something, you appeal on the basis of the record from the lower body. The lower court makes the ruling.
Right.
If it goes up for appeal, you don't have a whole new hearing again.
Right.
That's right.
They consider the record from.
Yeah, and that's why I think there shouldn't be an additional fee for an appellate hearing.
It says here, the fee for appeals shall be the same as for variance requests that are established by resolution of the BOCC. If the BZA finds in favor of the appellant, the appeal fee will be refunded to the appellant.
Okay, let me get us back on track just with a motion. I move that we take no action on this consideration as we have discussed. And I will, when we want to discuss this motion, I'll say something else. I need a
Yeah,
second.
I'll second.
Okay, so my thought is
You're
No,
gonna get yourself here.
discussion, you said.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to take no action on the consideration of correcting procedural irregularities on the STR applications. Discussion.
Okay, so now my thought, listening to everybody, is we definitely need to ask the PC to clarify issues, recommendations back to the BOCC on how we would change or modify this zoning regulation. Maybe that's the way to put it. It's not a BOCC workshop. The item is, as Braden pointed out, it's for the PC to work out, listening to all this discussion to get the right thing down so we get the right process for appeals, for process of presenting items to go forward. But that's some more discussion.
Yeah, and I would just, I think we're on the right track here is to not take any action today, let the planning commission function. Clearly, there's some language we need to clean up. Another case in point, Clint just mentioned the same fee as the variance. Well, according to our fee schedule, which we vote on, I believe there's only two variances. One is a sign variance, and that is $225, and the other one is an on-site wastewater treatment system variance, and that's $75. So just an example of.
I think vacating lot lines.
There is a fee for lot line vacation, but it's not specifically called a variance.
Okay.
So I'm just quoting the two variances that are listed in here. So again, we're representing all the citizens. If a citizen comes in and says, there's nothing in here on your fee schedule that you need to be charged to be $225 to appeal to the BZA, I would have to support them on that. But
Any other discussion on this?
I would just suggest, and we've had some public comment. I know these two ladies showed up here today for this, but it may not be discussion on whether or not we take no action. I just would like to see, if it's all right with you, if there's any other comment on the whole agenda item thing before we leave that. Technically, that's what we're required to do, is ask for further comment. Yes, is what I'm saying. There might not be, but that would be my suggestion.
Do we have any?
I think just to, since I was the one that had recommended that it was a negative motion and that was an incorrect procedure, I would stand by that, in that if the process truly was a recommendation to approve or deny, but since we're looking at this as a recommendation to approve or recommendation to deny, I would agree that was the proper way to do it. That was where the confusion was. That was the only thing I was trying to bring up.
To your point, a negative motion literally would be if the commission said, I move, we don't recommend. That's a negative motion. If you break that motion out, and if it's I move to recommend, that's positive motion. This is the rest of the body of that motion, but the positiveness would be tied to, yeah, we are going to make a recommendation. So,
and procedurally, there was questioning of whether or not it is a recommendation to deny or just flat out deny it.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to take no action on consideration of the irregularities of the two STR applications. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 I just have one more question. I understand that this February 7th will be a regular planning commission meeting with the new application of Dr. Ned Urbadonzo.
It's not new, it's revised. Not a new application.
It's new.
Yeah, it is.
New.
So he's paying another fee? Oh, my God.
Yes,
There's a fee been paid.
And there's nothing that says he can't do it in the rent, because 30 days he's got, and he
and
can
that should
do
be
it.
kind of a,
That's what's something to consider. That's why we have to fix the problems.
it's a new, totally new
Hmm.
application.
Then I was,
That application may have some changes based on what they learn, who knows, but that's to be determined, right? Okay,
All right. I hate to do this to you, but I am going to give
we're
us,
gonna make you wait.
I'm going to give us a 5-minute break.
Thanks, Kevin.
We will be back. Let's do a 4-minute break. We'll be back at 11:45.
Jordan back there. Everybody's
All
cross
right,
trained.
this is BOCC. We're back in session at 10:46. And this is January 31st, 2022. Our next order of business will be an update from my neighbors covered. And Tracy, you are up.
All right, thank you, gentlemen, for speaking with us this morning and letting us share some information with you. I asked Kelly to be put on the agenda for today because the last meeting was pretty full on the 19th. So we are just really excited about how many people we are serving, veterans, dependents, senior citizens, and those that are employed also that are trying. And at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Amanda Suda, who is our the CEO of Process for Losses and My Neighbors Covered out of Penrose.
Hi. So again, my apologies for not making it up here to meet you gentlemen before. But last year had different plans like bedridden and learning to walk again. So again, I apologize for that. What I'm
Are
giving
we
you,
passing these around?
yep, what I'm
Okay.
giving you right now shows you what the goal is to be able to bring to Westcliff fully. I want
You're
to
welcome to have
start.
a seat, by the way.
Thank you.
Go back as far as you want.
Saying
Sure.
that we ended up in your neck of the woods back in 2019 because of our mobile market outreach, which is that big semi. And I like looking at numbers and I like understanding why people are in the position that they're in, because if we can do something to change the position that they're in, let's do it. We started getting a lot of our mobile market addresses coming in as being from Westcliff. That was the first indicator that we had. We also identified a couple of other areas, but we're speaking with you guys. At that time, I met Dave and I met John, the former VSO officer, and we were actually storing and shuffling truckloads of food up here to give out to your community through the Veterans Center. So our first mobile market, we were invited to be part of the VSO office, which is how we ended up being here on a weekly basis, as well as the mobile market truck. So just a little bit of background on that. Who we are, we're a group of people who are all volunteers who serve many communities, not just yours. We actually are with Care and Share and able to serve all of Colorado. And at different times we have. We're also a VOAD member, so we deal with disasters and so forth. Food is just part of what we do. Obviously, we all see the way things are kind of going and food is becoming even more scarce and even harder to find. In 2020, the numbers were insane. We were bringing a mobile market truck up here to you guys once a month. The state reimbursed us. At that time, the truck was $1,440. The truck is now $700 because we have a driver who is a friend of ours. He lives in our community and he understands the struggle that we are all facing because he is facing the same struggle. And I'm thankful for that. I really am. I would love a cheaper option. I would love it if the state would go back and fund our trucks to take care of this, but that's not a thing right now. So on that last paper, this is just referring to what we've been able to do out of the VSO location, which as you see is nothing like what we are in our own community. I want to address at the last two on the chart where it says cost per person and MMO people, that actually should say family, and I apologize for the error. If you look at this, it's broken down by month and it's broken down by all of the statistics that are turned into Care and Share, Feeding America, and the state of Colorado. So looking down at the year in total, there was 2,782 seniors served, 1,715 adults, 883 children, for a total of 5,380 people. 916 of those were new households. Those new households in that 916 contained 2,213 people, bringing our total households to 1,931. Your mobile market alone is less than what it should have been, because last year, just 3 of them brought us to 97,000 pounds, just 3 trucks. But because we missed out on funding for those, we missed half the year realistically. That brought the mobile market trucks to the 145,929 pounds. Your covered put out 43,230 pounds, bringing you to 189,159 pounds total in 1 year given to your community. Out of those numbers, 1,221 of those were veterans who live here. Dependents was 335 of them. And then of course, because we're animal people, I don't care what you say, that is 1,596 dogs and 1,016 cats. Our number of disabled was not clearly identified at that point in time. So where it says divided by 12, I just want to tell you that if we only served each one of these people one time during that whole thing, then that would be what our monthly number would be. So we'd be serving 231 seniors alone a month, right on across the board, 101 veterans and so on. Looking at the mobile market truck where it says cost, and again, insert family, that 205 is $2.05 per family to provide them off of that distribution, 79 pounds of food. That's what it costs us to do that. As you go right on down, that it goes for each one. I'll tell you the second line because it's not in there. It was $1.02 to provide 25 pounds of food. The next one was $1.72. That was 47 pounds of food. The next one was $1.41 for 55 pounds of food. $1.32 for 70 pounds and $1.42 for 37 pounds. I don't know where you can find to feed people that way. And I don't know how you can find to feed them less. If those families had attended each of those 6 mobile markets, they would have gotten a total of 331 pounds, and it would have cost $8.94 to feed those families. So when we talk about $700 for a truck, we miss quite a few things. We miss there's a lack of truck drivers. We miss that this truck doesn't just go there, pick up and come here and drop off. That truck actually has to pick up a day before your distribution down in Colorado Springs. That's 45 miles from where we are. They have to keep that truck overnight in a secured location. They have to continue to keep the gas on to keep the food cold and then cart back up here. So it's not like it's a, down to Colorado Springs and back kind of trip. What I really, really want to express is the importance. We're not here competing with anybody. Our sole mission and where we are supposed to walk is seniors, veterans, and those who are employed who don't qualify for services anywhere else. I don't know about you folks, but I come from a single family income. My husband works for the feds. Last year, if you had looked at our taxes and decided whether we needed help or not, it would have looked great. However, my medical emergency and all of this, we don't even make it from one paycheck to the next. So how does that work out when you're a senior and you're on a fixed income and you can't go get a job and you can't rectify the situation of your prescription meds and all of your bills going up and your taxes going up? How do we rectify that? Well, if we want to keep people in their homes and we want to keep communities without having tents and homeless camps going, we provide ways to make sure that they're not picking between paying a bill or getting their medicine or having the most basic need, food and water. You can survive without shelter, but you can't survive without food and water. So we're not here to be a nuisance. We don't put out big red flags on the side of the road announcing that there's free food happening. As you look at the papers that I gave you about the cupboard, that actually went to Care and Share, to a big mass meeting. That is what they built their Sunnyside markets off of, is our model, because it doesn't scream poverty. It doesn't scream needy. It doesn't scream welfare. It actually builds community, makes connections, gives people a resource to go to where somebody knows their name and they know who they are. Our neighbors go in, they shop for their own food. Can you imagine the dignity in being able to shop for your own food versus shopping out of a box? Most people have never had to shop out of a box. So we take great pride in what we do. We're not prideful, but we take pride. And I'm here to help your community. I love your community. I've actually been part of this community despite being kept away for over 3 years. I love this place. I love being here and I love helping and I love filling in the gap where the gap is. And our numbers show you there's a gap. So in doing that, your water bills get paid, your taxes get paid, like it's all encompassing. And I really just wanted the chance to come and show you guys, this is what it is. Down at the bottom, you can see the numbers for Penrose and Custer County. And then you can see where it says rescue log. I want you to be aware that that rescue log is what we are not able to put out because it has gone bad. It came in on a truck bad or whatever. And that goes back to your local farmers to continue to make sure that their animals are fed, to make sure that you continue to have this going cycle. So I'm happy to answer any questions that I can. I'm excited that we are actually looking at also bringing on pet food in a very large way so that the critters in this community will be fed as well. Was it under 5 minutes? Nope.
No, no.
I tried.
Admirable try.
I tried.
You did good, but it was probably 5. I guess your search didn't melt yet, so.
No, it didn't. How's that?
Yeah, so I would say that I've been involved with a couple of the trucks that came up here. I greatly appreciate the job that you guys are doing there.
Thank you.
It's first one I was here till noon. I couldn't stay later. When I left, the line was still down to the dollar store.
Yeah.
On the side of the highway. So I've seen the work that you're doing, and I know I, for one, appreciate that and see the benefit that you have in the community.
Thank you.
Yeah, likewise, you guys are doing a good job. I got a question back here.
No, not a question. I'm Marcy, and of course, I think you all know that I'm with the Custer County Community Sharing Center. Tracy and I had a nice discussion the other day, and I think we're not, some people get the impression that we're in competition with My Neighbors Covered. We're not. I think both people are doing a fine job. I personally only disagree with her in one area, and that's not having enough food up here in West Cliff.
I didn't say there wasn't enough food. We feed different people.
No,
So-
you don't.
Okay.
I don't think you do. I think the people that are coming to the sharing center are coming to My Neighbors Covered. I mean, it's just,
May I ask a question?
let me just talk a little bit, okay? So they do a wonderful job. They've got wonderful statistics. If I'd known that, I would have brought some of ours. You can read the paper, you'll see it. We're not in competition. I just want to say that the way I feel slighted is that the BOCC here seems to favor My Neighbors Covered, and I'll tell you why. We pay for our rent, $1,550. We pay for our electricity. We pay for our propane. Both of us get the same food from Care and Share. Plus we get food from TFAT. So we're getting the same food, and it's great. It's abundance. People can go there and come to us, and nobody, our restriction, I don't know what their restrictions are, but they have to have some because they get fed from Care and Share. Or we get your food from Care and Share.
That was my question to you. Do you require financials?
No,
They don't have to give you any financials or anything like that, because we don't have that either.
we do not require financials. We require they be part of Custer County. We have Warfano County, which is just Gardner. We also have Fremont County, which is mostly Cotopaxi, and, you know, the people on that are kind of Fremont County, but they kind of are Westcliff. So no, the only time we require financials, and that's because the state is for senior boxes. Senior boxes, and I
We do them. I'm
You
very
give
well
out
aware.
there?
We do. We also do TPAP.
Okay.
I'm aware of both programs.
Oh, Tracy
No,
said,
we don't appear.
We don't up
oh,
here,
you
but
do.
we do.
Well, we're
yes.
not talking about you in Penrose, are we? Aren't we talking about you in here?
I just said I'm aware of the program, yes.
Yeah, so the only time we require financials is for the seniors, and that's something we have to do. They do a wonderful job. I think it's wonderful. But I'm saying, are you guys a little in favor of them over the sharing center? Because we've never asked for money, and during COVID, we haven't had to ask for money because the government seems to think that the more food they put out, the better things are, which really isn't. We have more, I mean, we have people turning down food. They'll come and turn it down. So, but that's just knitting. But I'm just saying that we pay for our rent, we pay for our utilities, and the commissioners are given the pantry, free rent, free utilities. And they got $10,000 last year with the relief fund. And they apply for grants up here. I just think that I would just like to be recognized.
Can you tell me what grant I've applied for?
Let's, if we can, let's address
It's
the
not a
board here,
grant.
Oh,
if we can. I'd like
well,
for everybody to be addressing the board if we can.
okay.
So instead of
So
a back
I'm
and
just
forth.
saying, we're trying to do, and of course, we've been established back in, I don't know, Commissioner Kanda would probably know more, I mean, at St. Luke's, which was, and we've worked our way up where we have a place over here. We serve around 80 to 100 people a week. And if they're doing the same thing, come on, people are just going both places, which is fine. We don't have a problem with that. If the government's going to give us food, that's fine. We pay for a lot of our own food, and the food that we buy up here for our clients come from Westcliff. We buy from Elevations, Russ Beef, Elan's Beef. We buy from the popcorn place. We buy from the bakery. I'm just saying, I wish the commissioners would recognize us as well. That's all.
I would speak to some of that, and then I don't know if the others would or not. We do recognize you.
Thank you.
And I believe both organizations are serving and doing a good job.
I do too.
And in regards to the rent and the place that they have over here, they do have that for until the end of this next month. And at which time they have to find their own location. We have given them till then to do that. That is probably a separate issue as to the trucks. The trucks, they just come up and they deal. They were at the school. Are you out at the Saddle Club now?
It's still at the school.
Still at the school? Okay. So that's kind of the trucks and the building location, I think, are two totally separate things. But I think due to the fact that they were in the BSO building over here and things of that nature, they were more on the radar and things of that nature. But that's not to take away from your organization either. And I think
And we would love to have the commissioners come down anytime that you would like to come down and see us. We would love you to come down. Now, we used to let clients shop. Unfortunately, with COVID, that ended up boxing. And now we couldn't have them shop now because the whole place is full of food. It's taken all our space. And we have, walk-in freezers, reach-in refrigerators, a 3-door, a 2-door. So it's taken up our space. We would like to eventually have them shop because we did that for years. And COVID just said no. And just recently we had an outbreak inside with our volunteers. So we're back to mass, unfortunately.
A question for you, Marcy. Appreciate your comments. Did your sharing center apply for any coronavirus relief fund dollars?
Absolutely. It was, and I'm going to be honest with you, there was so much money out there. In fact, I can tell you what we got last year in donations from different grants. Most of them are Colorado grants where we have to spend the money in Colorado, which we like, $65,000.
Okay, my question was, though, did you submit an application to Custer County's coronavirus relief fund?
No, we
Okay.
did not.
All right, you understand that they did.
Yeah, and
I don't remember the
Yeah.
exact amount. It was $40-some thousand. And so that coronavirus relief fund, I think, did end up giving 10,000.
10,000.
and that's fine. I just, of course, I didn't even know about it, but I wouldn't have anyway, because
Yeah.
we were getting enough money. We're, these grants, if you're a 501c3, and I'm not sure they're 501c3, are you?
Yes.
You are?
Yes.
Oh, okay. With your 501c3 and your association with Care and Share, there is a lot of
Yeah.
money out there.
Okay. Well, I guess my point is, in all fairness, you said one of
Yes,
the reasons you
absolutely.
thought we were
Absolutely.
playing favorites was because the coronavirus relief fund gave them money. We did. It would seem like you were saying that they got it, you didn't apply for it.
I'm
So,
not a good talker.
yeah, no, you're doing fine. I just wanted to,
Yes,
I couldn't remember if you guys did or did not.
no, we did,
So,
we did not apply.
Okay.
And like I said, they do a wonderful job. They do a wonderful job up here. I just want that we're both recognized for doing a wonderful job.
Got it.
And that's it.
Yeah, there's sometimes you get so involved doing what you're doing
Mhm.
that you don't toot your own horn enough. I'm not being critical, I'm just saying. And I think probably because you're here working, doing that in this community, I don't want to say you get overlooked, but almost taken for granted that, oh yeah, they're doing fine. So.
So the original reason we were in the BSO is when we talked to them, we saw a great need from the veterans. That a lot of your veterans up here couldn't make it down to any kind of store. So we talked with the VSO for us to get in there to help. The majority of it was the veterans, because you have such a high community of veterans here. I'm a veteran myself, and I wish I knew about any of this stuff when I was going through. I still have service members today that are active that would come down and talk to us. But the whole reason was to try to take care of these people and not try to slide anyone because of a grant or anything else like that. We just wanted to take care of people, and we saw the need that was there because they weren't either knowing what was going on or they didn't have the opportunity to get to that area. That was all.
Again, we were invited here. I want that to
I
want that to remain there. If we weren't here to get free rent, we were invited into the BSO office. So it was nothing other than that.
I recognize that especially the younger veterans would much prefer going to my neighbor's covered. And we used to try to really even have a separate night and stuff, but it just didn't work out. I think we get the older veterans.
We have a lot that come to us.
Yeah, but I gotta sometimes they come to both. But anyway, the veterans, they do have a great.
Yeah. I get a chance now.
There you go.
I wanted to tell you that I do, and we do recognize, and we try to do as much as we can with the little bit of money the county has.
Oh, I understand.
And we get a lot of requests and we turn a lot of them down or we modify them and we try to deal with it. As you heard, I always call it my mother Hubbard's cupboard because I can't get tripped up. It really is. I mean, it's neat. But they fell into this by circumstance because we did have problems with the vets because there are some vets that are so disturbed by what's happened to them. They don't even want to be around the crowd or can't be. And so John at that time had asked if we could do something to get it going. And it's not about, old or young or whatever. It's about whether they can handle it or not. And they're doing a good job. And so I see a neat dovetail. What I worry about more than anything is there are people that abuse the system too. And we get the Custer County from a VSO point of view gets everybody's vets because we do a better job of taking care of them.
Yeah.
And also from a veterans point of view, they all move up here because Custer County has a very good reputation. I shouldn't say better necessarily for the human resources people, like the job that we do here for our disabled, for the sick, the families that Laura works with all the time. And so we try to see it. We see a lot of people at the same time. And this is a neat opportunity. I'm glad that they're here today with you all because it's an opportunity to get together. Because I think some guys do, go. I have friends that work with you. Ron Zara is one of them. Very loves coming in and preparing the boxes and getting them out there. And it's an honor to do that. Problem is sometimes those same guys in a car might go up and grab another bunch of things. And I worry about how do we police even reselling the stuff. Some guys will barter stuff after the fact and, make a buck or two or, I'm not accusing anybody of anything, but that's an issue in any program.
Yeah, and I don't think there's anything we can do about it.
No, but if you're together and you guys are talking and you notice things, you can help do the right thing in some cases. That's why I'm glad for the opportunity to have you up here to do that. And by the way, last point is, there was no intent ever to have them camp in that VSO building for more than a month. It first started out that way because then things happened. We got more food and it was hard to find a place to rent primarily. And it's not that they are looking for a free handout. They pay the rent if they and they will be at some point, wherever they end up going, however they're going to handle it. So
I also want to bring to the whole point of this. I didn't come up here to ask for money.
no, I know you didn't.
I really came up
This
here
was an
to
opportunity to
bring
understand.
clarification as to who we are and what we do and why we're here and what our goal is. The $10,000 obviously helped cover the cost of what we were spending for this county out of our own pockets and out of.
But that was
doing
the
what we
thing like
did.
Tom pointed out, that everybody had the opportunity. to
Absolutely.
Put an application in, we would have
Absolutely.
considered Marcy's.
And we have not
request
applied for
if we
any other
had one.
grants up here.
Okay.
So
Did you have a comment?
I did. I just wanted to add that I think an important element that isn't maybe getting addressed with the sharing center because they can't is the fact that we also we're able to do prayers with them if they so choose. Often our line will slow down a little bit because people ask for prayer, something is weighing on them, things like that. So we try to minister to body, mind, heart, and soul. And that is an aspect that a lot of people really appreciate and utilize. They come in, they sit down and they talk about their day. They talk about what, is concerning them. And that's even, when we're open on Saturdays and so forth. So it's not just here you go, bye, here you go, bye. It's, hey, how are you doing? What's happening with your family? It's more than that. They are our neighbors and our friends. They are not just a number. And we never ask for kudos. That's not what we're about, or accolades. The most important thing is to serve the community and meet the needs that they do have here.
I would like to address on our end, as far as making sure that we don't have a lot of the not so good behavior, because some people absolutely, like, I tell you what, Fremont County's got more of that going on than you guys do. For us though,
Good to know.
it's sad, it really is. But for us, like if they're utilizing the cupboard up here, they have a different card. So they can't come use the cupboard with us. So we have a lot of our own protocols and procedures in place to avoid things like that. So our truck is TFAP as well. So if they're picking up from both of those, then Care and Share Feeding America in the state of Colorado is able to look into what that looks like and if people are
Good.
overutilizing that, right? Because that's what the addresses are for. They are making a self-declaration that they are in need of food. So there is a level of, to the best of the ability, right? To maintain that, there really is. As far as ensuring that people aren't selling food, I will tell you that we have a few people who do absolutely get on the internet and look after the distributions. And yes, we have banned people for selling food. It is a crime. And we take that seriously. Again, so does Care and Share, so does Feeding America, so does the state of Colorado. So we really do try and do that. And I think it would be wonderful. Like there are several of us in Fremont County that we do communicate together, and there is a good, solid working relationship without the combativeness to communicate, hey, this veteran is here, we're taking care of this one. I will tell you the reason, and I'm not going to speak on behalf of this county because they don't know, but I'm going to speak on behalf of ours. There is different guidelines that agencies can put in place based on how much food someone can receive from them, whether it be a month or a week or whatever that looks like. For us, it's once a week. The shelf stable is 20 pounds. Our produce, our vegetables, things that are fresh, that is unlimited. I want to promote healthy eating. The pet food is at 5 pounds a week. Everything is very calculated out. There's 3 choices of meat each week that you get from us. And I'm saying that because the poundage looks way different. And one of our local places down in Fremont County, their decision was 10 pounds a month per family. You're gonna have to go somewhere else because 10 pounds is not going to feed a family for a month. So we've talked about this. Care and Share has sat down with us in our roundtable meetings. Tabby was the last one to do that. I hope to do that again with Tion. And we've had these discussions because they absolutely do matter in how do we avoid these kind of things taking place. So I want to bring that to the table and be very clear that this is something that we all are aware of, and being able to work together would certainly be a wonderful thing, not only for the community, but for agencies, because again, it's not about kudos. It's not about who's doing what. It's about, are we doing enough together, would be preferred, to accomplish making sure that these folks are fed.
Sure.
I know we probably need to move on, but I want to ask a question because I thought this was what was on the agenda, and that is where we're at with the update of moving out of the BSO office.
Have you seen the market? The real estate market?
Yeah,
There's,
I'm just
I'm
asking
just
where we
saying,
stand with that.
No, I wasn't being flippant. There is absolutely nowhere to rent. There is absolutely anything for sale is way out of the realm of possibility. So that's where we are right now.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
I would take that to mean that probably then, if you haven't found anything by the end of February, that you will be back to just trucks.
Just the trucks.
Okay.
I just have a short reminder, it wasn't any of you commissioners, but at one time we got kicked out because Ruth was over there in that building, and that was the best thing that happened, that we left there. So you can kick somebody out. I don't want you to kick them out, but you guys, the commissioners did.
That was,
We know that.
But, all right, so,
Thank you.
but I do appreciate the
Thank you.
update. And
And by the way, we are going to have a meeting. BSO and I are going to be talking with Tracy and Amanda as well.
I just wanted to know how many veterans new came in from the county from working with us coming in as a covered as a veteran, and how well it picked up for you. The VSO officer over there, of how much he got to get in and help a lot of these guys out that didn't even know that you guys had a VSO office.
That's true.
Here,
Good job.
because that's a lot of veterans to help out. And I'm so thankful for.
And we do appreciate the time in the VSO office.
Yes.
And I would absolutely agree, because we're absolutely working to find a location, and when we do, which is the reason that is in front of you, that's what we plan on bringing to your community.
Aye.
So.
Good job. Thanks.
Appreciate
Yeah, thanks for being here. By the way, what do you define a family as? One people, two peoples, or 10?
So the family definition by the state is 1.3 people.
1.3.
I'm sorry. No, I said that backwards. Still got the whole bracket. 3.5 people.
Oh, okay, that's better.
Is considered, 1.3, that's fun. It's 3.5
Okay, thanks.
persons. You bet. And for us, family is legitimate families that signed in whatever that was, that you could break it in for you.
Not a bunch of college students getting together. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, next item on our agenda is consideration of EDA grant and DOLA grant for broadband tower project. Eric, are you and Leslie on the line?
Eric's not, but I am.
I'm sorry that we made you wait so long.
Oh, no problem. I've been sitting here working, so. Am I on?
You are on, yes, ma'am.
All right. Can you hear me okay?
Very good.
Good deal. So as a reminder, and for those who are online, I'm Leslie Mastriani. I'm a grant planner with the Southern Colorado Economic Development District. And I have my esteemed right-hand man, Charles Bogle. He's also has joined us. So he knows far more than I do about this, but I'm going to kind of bring you up to speed on where we are. This project has been quite a twisty, turny, glitchy, road bump ridden project. But we're going to get there, by George. The EDA application is due today. This is after an extension. It was originally due, I believe, January 14th, and EDA as a whole moved the deadline to January 31st, which was fine. I appreciated the extra time. However, the county was going to provide the matching funds with a DOLA grant that was previously received. And we all thought until last week that, that those funds were available through the end of March. However, a last minute, oh no, it was discovered that those funds actually expired December 31st. So where we're at now is we have two options, and this is after conversations with DOLA and with EDA. We can submit the EDA application this afternoon with the match being kind of in a limbo state. DOLA is letting us resubmit our application, which will in essence, what's the word I want to use? Provide us an extension. It'll have to go through the process of approval and whatnot, but if we submit to EDA this afternoon, we will make them aware that this matching funds is still kind of in limbo, but that we will be applying for those before March 1st. If we choose to go with option one and submit today, Then I'll need a letter, which I'll draft. It'll be very brief, that I'll send to you to put on county letterhead and sign it, just saying, hey, we have every intention of applying for the DOLA money that will be used as our match. And we'll go from there and then fill in as we need to. Once EDA is considering our application, then DOLA's looking at our application. So that's where we're at, ready to move forward with that option. I spoke with Kevin yesterday, day before. My days are kind of blurring here. About perhaps having exploring another option. Let me take a step back. If we apply today, we are eligible for 80% of our project being funded by EDA. If we wait to submit, anytime after today, then we're dropping to a 50-50 split. Are you guys following me so far? Since I did a little backtracking there.
Yes.
I got a quick question.
Sure.
How much are you applying for?
Yeah, let me throw those numbers out at you. So if we apply today, the total project, which this dollar amount won't change, and I've rounded up to the nearest 1,000. The total project is $2,426,000. If we apply to EDA today, our EDA request will be $1,873,000. And then the county would, and I'm going to use, say, DOLA. The DOLA funds would be used for the match, and that would be $543,000, which would leave about $457,000 for the county to still have in DOLA grant money in case there's overruns or just in cases, or some costs that may be incurred that are outside the project scope. It's still with the project, just not included in the EDA project itself.
Well, Leslie, quick follow-up there, make sure I'm tracking you.
Sure.
The intent here is still to request a grant of $1 million from DOLA, correct?
Correct.
You're saying
Yes.
we use 543 of it as a match and use the other 467,000 for other expenses connected to the project.
To the project, correct.
All right, thank you.
So that's
Yes.
assuming then the EDA grant we originally got was for $1 million.
That was DOLA.
No, we got $1 million from each. We had a $2 million program initially.
We haven't applied for the EDA. That's what's
That's
pending
my point
today.
is that we were originally going to ask them for, was $2 million. It was a $2 million program initially, and then we've exceeded that now by 400%.
Mm-hmm.
The reason the cost of the total, that it jumped from 2 million to 2.4 was the original cost estimate was put together. Charles, correct me if I'm wrong. We'll say a year, 2 years ago, and costs have jumped. And it's all mostly tied in with supply chain issues. So we increased the construction piece, none of the other costs, but the construction piece, to adequately cover any cost overruns from that initial cost estimate. But let me add that it's the funny thing when you ask for money from the government, they'll give you money, but it's hard to go back in and say, oops, we messed up, we need more. It's easier to ask for more and say, hey, we don't need this much. So if we need it, we need it. It'll be there. We're adequately covered. If we don't, then we just don't take that amount of money, and everything will be reduced proportionately. In other words, the amount we take from the grant funds and the amount of match that's required. Does that help?
To clarify what Leslie said, actually, the estimate was finalized mid to late last year, and we're accommodating escalation of cost with basically an extension, because we'll be lucky with the administration of EDA and DOLA to be able to get under contract in 2022. And so we've got an extension in that too. And then with the way the supply chain's going, it's been rather difficult to project what the cost of construction will actually be in that, with that delay.
Yeah, we had some change in the scope of work along the way too, that not only cost us some time, but necessitated probably a change in the overall budget of this project as well. So,
And I'll give credit. Leslie brings a level of experience in the details of the application and the use of monies between the different pots. The rules that DOLA gives a lot more latitude as far as it goes, and EDA's criteria as far as how money can be expensed and make it more difficult in the administration. So the allocation of funds towards the different tasks versus EDA funding versus DOLA has been something that has adjusted somewhat.
and one more question, if I may, Leslie.
Sure.
So who is going to be responsible for submitting a new application to DOLA?
Oh, that's on my plate.
Oh, thank you. I love.
Oh, you're welcome.
I love the size of your plate, by the way. And what does that schedule look like?
So DOLA wants the new application by March 1st. So it would be done within the next couple weeks.
Okay.
We
right.
did.
That's option one.
That's option one. So I talked to Kevin, and I have to tell you this. I work on a lot of projects and have over my lifetime, and I have over the last year, and this project has kind of grown on me as I've worked on the economic and quality of life benefit for residents of Custer County. I'm by far, I am no pro in the nuts and bolts of broadband. But when I see the benefit to the residents of Custer County, I just can't stress enough how important this project is. But I understand that there's some hesitancy among some people, and it could be 500 people, it could be 12 people, I don't know, but and I think they just don't know. I don't know is the true benefit to the average resident of Custer County. I don't think that's known. So one thing Kevin and I talked about was option 2, and that would be to not apply for EDA today, but rather do EDA and the DOLA simultaneous the end of February, which would give I'm almost afraid to talk semantics and say the word public hearing, because I don't think it's anything that formal, but maybe get some listening sessions, get some input from residents, and also be able to provide some information about the benefits of the program that may help us meet some of the criteria that DOLA wants to see in the application. And I'll let Kevin address that, because I didn't talk to them directly. If we put a temporary pause on the application, and we do decide to do them both simultaneously in a couple weeks, then that would drop the request to EDA from an 80-20 application to a 50-50 application. So that means EDA would only fund 50% of the project, which would require a 50% match. And as you know by the numbers, because those are easy numbers to cut in half, if we have a $2.4 million project, that means that the county's responsibility is going to jump from the 543,000 to 1.213 million. In other words, there's a $200 and some shortfall. You know, it's been made very clear to me since day one that the county wants to commit no out-of-pocket money to this project, and I totally respect that. So if we choose to put, pause and wait a couple weeks, then I will also have my work cut out for me in figuring out how to cut cost, shift cost, another source of funds to make up that county shortfall. So those are our two options. And Kevin, I know you had the conversation with Christy about some things that she would like to see. I am behind you guys 100%, whatever way you decide to go. I don't want to see this project die. I think it's extremely beneficial. We have some brilliant minds that have put a lot of work into this. Charles being one of them. He has worked his tail off from an economic development perspective, trying to get this to fruition. And so, I want to see this move forward. I just want to see it move forward in the way that's best for your comfort level and for the residents of the county. So Kevin, I'll shut up now and you do your thing.
All right, thank you very much. You did well. I did contact Leslie and visit with her over the weekend. Thank you for talking with me over the weekend, by the way.
Sure.
I also visited with Christy Doon with DOLA. And she stated that she and DOLA still believe this is a very good project. That being said, that they would love to see it back on their table again. But they would like to see it back on their table with some of our issues worked out, and they would like to see it as a project, I guess you could say a shovel-ready project. Up to this point, we still are not there, and my concerns are if we apply for the EDA grant today, we have issues. There has never been any public hearings on this. And we have our overheight with the BZA that needs to be addressed. And we have the SUPs that need to be addressed. And those are issues that DOLA would like to see addressed. And I would hate to see us submit to EDA today and then end up in the same boat to where we were not able to meet timelines and effectively lose that grant as well. And I believe in conversations with Eric and with other people, Christy included, she said Dola and herself are a little more forgiving if we go back to them after we've gotten 3 extensions and then lost our grant. If we did something like that to EDA, EDA would take a very stern look at that. And I would hate to burn that bridge. I feel that we need to address some issues and we need to get some things straightened out that probably should have been addressed before we ever asked for money in the first place. That being said, you know, Christy said she's been through 6 or 8 commissioners during the life of this project. Each time you get new commissioners come on, we're starting over from scratch, and a lot of things get lost, a lot of things fall through the cracks. But I think that these issues need to be addressed before we go and make the ask for this money. So my personal recommendation is that we do not submit to EDA at this time and that we wait. I would love to see us have some hearings before we have to submit. If we can make that work before the March 1st deadline, that would be great. But I don't know if we can do that in the timeline, the time that's granted. And I don't know when the next submission for EDA would be. Apparently DOLA is on a rolling schedule, according to Leslie. But I feel that we need to address some of these issues, because if we put in for the grant and we don't get our overheight, that effectively kills this project anyway. And then we're asking for the money and then we say, well, I guess we didn't really need the money anyway. And we need to address that beforehand. And now,
Kevin,
go ahead.
if I could, I want to see this to the finish line. I think, and we had talked about this the other day, I think that if we begin some really good conversation and have some good dialogue regarding the height variance over the next couple weeks, it may not fully satisfy what DOLA's looking for, but I think if we're very comfortable with that, and if we've had the conversations, that I'm comfortable assuring DOLA that yes, this project will move forward. And it may be that in 3 weeks, with a lot of hard work, because I know I'll put in a lot of hard work in getting things presented, and I think, you know, if it comes down to it and they say, you know, the feel is no, there's no way this is going to fly, you know, then we have another conversation. I will be, excuse me, in Colorado. I'm hoping the last 2 weeks in February. So I'll be able to do what I can to present this. And, you know, I really want to see this go through, and I don't want to say this is an open-ended, you know, someday we're going to reapply. I'm going to hold firm on the end of February, unless indications are that it's not going to fly, and then we can revisit.
I guess my biggest question there is on the public hearings. This is probably a question for you gentlemen, because Clint's not here. Is there a timeline? How long do we have to publish something like that before we can meet?
I think it's 30 days. I'm looking right now.
4 weeks.
Is it 4 weeks? So I thought it was 2. So Tom is looking that up now, Leslie, but I'm hearing that it may be 4 weeks notice before public hearings.
There's also 2 issues. It's not just over height, it's a special use permit. There's 2 pieces to the.
Yes,
The resolution says, submittal, all variance requests to the BZA shall be submitted at least 30 calendar days prior to the regularly scheduled BZA public hearing.
When we were talking, that's why I kind of chuckled when, especially listening to the piece earlier about procedural issues. That's why I made the comment about semantics. And so maybe not a formal public hearing, but maybe conversations with members of the BZA or Planning Commission and hearing what their concerns are and seeing if we can address those in the application or in design, or, and seeing what the comfort level is and having, and again, if it's like a hard no, then we have another conversation before we even approach with a formal public hearing and request.
If I
So-
might.
Mhm. Sure.
Excuse me, and the earlier discussion with the short-term rental obviously raised an issue, but even before that, I was going to ask that that we might have whatever meetings would be appropriate, whether it's workforce or whether it's workshop or whatever, but to really clarify, since we've got 6 plots of location and 2, as Commissioner Candace said, 2 functions, one with the PC and one with the BZA, to really know what the administrative inputs as well as the procedural inputs were. And that's certainly, and as far as a separation of tasks between the SCED and economic development has taken the county functions to support these 2 operations. And before we start that, I really think we need to know what those administrative inputs are and what the procedures are. And that doesn't help our calendar, obviously.
no, it doesn't. But I agree. I think everybody needs to be aware of how this process should move forward, because we've been 3 years now, and we have not gotten to a point to where we can move forward with this. And that's my concern, because I think there is a lot of ambiguity. People do not know what the process should look like. And I feel, I hate to say it, but I feel that we put the cart before the horse when we got the money and we had not taken care of the process that needed to happen before that. And I would not want to ask for this grant at this time myself and turn around and get it awarded and then turn around and turn it back. I personally would feel that we would need to address some of these issues and get a timeline set up and then be able to apply with a solid timeline to the EDA and the DOLA so that they know that we are firm and that we are moving forward.
Okay, thanks. Can I? say
Yes, you
something?
may.
Hey, restate it, Leslie. The county match is $473 on option 1. What's the county match on option 2 if we do delay?
Oh, 1,213,000.
Okay.
So by doing that, we increase our match.
Right. And continue then. I agree with you, Kevin, and a little even stronger in that we never have had a business plan, meaning we knew that processes were here. We discussed it from day one that I got involved anyway on understanding what the citizens wanted or would have approved. And that should have been settled before we went to the process of again, and I understand what happened. We had a good opportunity with the DOLA grant at the end of the time that they had that first tranche of money. There's a lot more money now from what Christie told all of us, told me and you and everybody, the broadband money that's available. Problem is that doesn't increase the county treasury any more than what we're getting already. So to obligate us to paying a match of 1.2 million plus obligating us to maintain the towers, betting that we'll have enough rent coming in from providers is an issue. And I did talk with, I'm looking at his name here. Both David Shipley and the rep for Hilltop, which was Eric Ripplesky, about what their plans are. In the meantime, see what's happened too. This is wallowed a little bit, but those two companies have gone on and they've completed their backhaul or their ring of how these towers are, their own towers are providing better service, et cetera, and increased service as well. Now, whether it meets this or not, we don't know yet, but we know the initial amount of where it's planned and what our capability is going to be if these towers were to be built. They didn't make me feel very good in their discussion that they would be willing to abandon a couple of their towers and hang on all 6 of these. They did say maybe I'd consider one a tower in a strategic location that they haven't got yet. And maybe that's an option that I would agree to do, to waiting to see how we could reorganize and revamp the actual program technically to make it be the most beneficial for both the fiber program that's coming in and as well as their towers that they currently have to provide out-of-pocket users who are not able to have a fiber drug into them. That might reduce the cost of the program so that we don't need to match a $1.2 million. It might be quite a bit, or the grants, and then maybe we would be eligible for other grants as well, like Leslie was pointing out. There's a lot of broadband money there. So right now, I'm not going to support moving ahead today either.
I would say as well that I still feel this is a valuable project, and I'm not trying to shut it down. I bet I voiced this to you, Leslie, the other day, and I just want to make sure that we do it right and that we do it properly. And do you have any comments, Tom?
Well, I was going to ask what the recommendation from Leslie and Eric and Charles is on the options.
I think that would depend on whom you asked.
It doesn't, I don't want to sound flip and say it doesn't matter to me either way. I'll do whatever you want, but I also, from an administrative standpoint moving forward, I like to have all my ducks lined up in a row, and I like to build my plane before I get it in the air. But that's just I don't have a problem climbing out on a wing and slapping some duct tape on. I'll do whatever you want to do. Yes, there's more broadband money coming. I just had a listening session the other day, and there are opportunities out there moving on to supplement the project, other grant funds to supplement the project. That could be done. Whether we submit the EDA app today or if we wait 4 weeks. So it doesn't matter to me either way. I just really passionately do not want to see this die. I would like to have conversations and maybe firm things up a little bit. and commit to submitting an application, both applications, if that's the choice, by February 28th. That's my hard, firm goal. I don't want to see this. That's my personal thing. Again, I will do whatever you guys want to do, but I will work my tail off between now and the end of February, making sure that everyone is comfortable, whether it's just the DOLA piece or both EDA and DOLA.
My perspective is this, that I think we could put together some listening sessions to get input from the citizens. As I understand the zoning resolution, there's no way we can get this to the BZA by the end of February.
No.
So to Kevin's point, Commissioner Day's point, other than maybe having some quote unquote public hearings or listening sessions, the wheels of government on this end grind slowly enough that that's probably all we can get done, and would be lucky to get that done. So I agree. I think if we submit these grant applications and then 6 weeks, 8 weeks later, have to write them a letter of non-acceptance because we couldn't get through our local zoning resolution issues, we're going backwards.
Yeah.
Leslie, I know you probably don't want to answer this question either. You got a firm into February date. If we were to try to get all of these issues addressed, what is the next, after March 1, what is the next submission date for EDA?
EDA is rolling.
EDA is rolling, DOLA is the set one.
DOLA is the set one.
Okay, my bad.
And
Before you go further on that one, because Kevin brought up a good point. So when is DOLA next shot at it? Because nothing makes the end of February firm, in my view, because of what we've just discussed. There's lots of other money out there. I don't want to see it. I believe
the next DOLA date would be like June or July.
Right.
And I concur with Leslie that EDA is rolling. The issue is, and part of this continual moving targets is with the 2022 funding. That is where it added the 80-20, and there was speculation that there may be so much subscription for that we would have to revert to the 50-50. So I think you're right, is that the schedule would be driven by DOLA. And remember, and it at the beginning of at least two of y'all's tours, the $1 million we got from DOLA was part of $20 million at the time that the state had put a fence around for broadband.
That's right.
So our million was one of the last millions out of that. So what we would do now, in what I understand are today's rules, it may be different tomorrow, but we would be competing with all other programs that DOLA's got. There's no current fencing of funds for broadband. And while there's promise of all kinds of money coming down from the federal government and stuff, reality is that it's not here yet. And what conditions and rules will come in there to complicate that, God only knows. I think, and Leslie, correct me if I'm wrong, I think from a technical aspect and from a cost aspect, based on what you've got in hand right now, it's a matter of cutting and pasting and making it fit. So your part is probably the easiest compared to what to try to resolve some issues that we've got here in the county. Now, to attempt to overcome what might be realized with public hearings, I have reached out to the business community, and already the realtors are very supportive of a continued broadband support. And I have a substantial obligation of funds towards supporting a reimbursement or payment of the application fees. So I think a concern that all of us would have is that with any public meeting, we can expect there'll be the usual very vocal anti-aspect of our community. But I would also say that I think in deference to what may have been experienced and some other things, we'll have a similarly vocal group of positive folks when we have the meetings that are required.
Yeah, and that's good to know, Charles, and we need to respect the process for sure. And if we're smart, we would be starting that process now, get the hearing scheduled if we're ready to do it. And then recognize that, like I said before, is the technically we've got to also, from my point of view, as a commissioner for the county as well, understand what other things are possible, and meaning the ITC broadband people who won the contract for the fiber are willing to take and use their towers differently and possibly redesign this a bit and change the design of the towers that are proposed, but it changes the numbers perhaps. And the money's different, and the grants are going to be available or to be looked at are going to be differently looked at. Anyway, so we're where we were a minute ago. I don't think we're in any shape to go with it today for sure. I'm a little, we can make a good goal of doing it by the end of February, that's fine. But if it's just a couple hearings, and not hearings, but a couple sensitivity sessions with the public, that doesn't get the official record saying we're going to do it, and we're going to still commit on $1.2 million that we don't have in our budget to do this, match it with today. So that's going to require some other creative budgeting or fundraising. Maybe if you're saying the county businesses support, let's see how much by ponying up some money to help come to the table with. That's a grant, a local grant process, or grants of other kinds to help match this. Don't know yet. So I'm all for continuing down the road, because it's nice to know that we can get a better capability. By the way, you haven't mentioned we still aren't following the satellite industry is still working to improve service even better. I know there's still an if on that, but it's still going. So that'll be a little further along and able to consider as well in our decision on how we spend the little bit of county money we got.
You know, I like that you said that because we're on the same track here. I remember when I said that we would have to look at overall budget to find that county shortfall. And when I said that looking for other grant funding, that was, I think, one of the last things I mentioned. But probably firstly, we need to look at what's there, what our costs are, what our design is, and can that be changed to accommodate other providers? To, you know, I'm not talking about a complete overhaul, but how can we maybe more efficiently combine our resources with our design? And those are conversations that'll have to take place, you know, before my hard deadline of February 28th. You all may give me a different deadline, but I'm sticking with that one in my head because I have to plan my time accordingly. So
okay, true.
Well, if I might suggest, we aren't going to quantify any significant system changes or design in a month.
Right.
And if we choose to do that, there's a cost of that. If we talk about where we get, and I'm assuming that when we talk, whether it's 543,000 or 1.2 million, we're talking about going back to DOLA as first chance for that rather than the county coffers. But
I thought that was already considered, Charles. And
well, I mean, the way you were relating
part of it already
is that it was something we were going to have to come up with locally. And but the point being, I don't know how we can affect either of those, you know, the opening and stuff with county, with the populace or technical aspects and get it into a format where Leslie can put it into a grant within a month.
Well, I agree, we can't. That's why I was saying I'm willing to let it slide into the next month or 2 or 3, whatever it is, to do it right and still not lose the capability. Because you can't, I don't know how we would do that, to tell you the truth, because we don't know where the ITC Highline guys are on their fiber, and also the fact that they've got the hilltop towers and the I guess ITC was what formerly CCOM towers.
CCT.
Yeah, CCT. I'm sorry. So
Those towers are 20 foot.
Yeah, I know. I understand that, but they when they were discussing with me, they're willing to use a bigger tower somewhere else to feed some of their stuff as well and still pay the rent on the tower. That's their try. They were trying to look for a business case to become part of the ring of the 6 towers, and they couldn't see it yet.
Well, they have not officially. We've got letters of intent that were obtained some time ago, and they have not come to us to revise that.
No, I know they haven't. They
and in fact, all of these efforts, we don't have any funding for any of them.
Right.
So the idea of parallel activities, and that some are going to, you know, from a county standpoint, we would hope that at least one of them is successful. We don't have that guarantee for any of them.
Right on.
Correct. Anything else?
No, I think we probably ought to hold off and move forward.
Yeah.
Leslie, I think I'm going to put my personal thoughts on this. I don't know that we would be able to do it by the end of February to get everything accomplished. That would be a wonderful thing if we could, but I am not envisioning that. I would say we would probably be looking at the June deadline. Just to be taking care of some of these issues that we have, and as Commissioner Candace point, and I think I mentioned it the other day, that by the time we have to go through all of our processes, we move slowly, and that's why one of the reasons I would hate to ask for the money now rather than after we got some of the process done.
Why don't I let you know when I'm going to land back in Colorado? And you will be my first stop. And we'll set up a time to sit and kind of pound through some of this stuff. Does that sound fair?
That works great.
Okay.
May I ask kind of an unrelated question while we got these folks on?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Just a second here. Yeah, I was checking to see who was included on an email from Debbie Bell Fremont County Commissioner Charles, I did not see your name on here. I'll forward this to you. They have decided to pull out of our tri-county efforts. I'll send you that letter, Charles, right now. I'm forwarding it to you.
Yeah, I'm getting a physical therapy session by Kara.
Are you there, Charles?
Yes, yes, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. I didn't know. I thought I better check while we were on the call here just to save some efforts. So you can read that letter and move forward accordingly. So we're in agreement that we're going to wait, not submit today.
I would say it sounds like the consensus of the board to not submit today. And I believe we need to set up sometimes, whether we do that today or we do it within the next couple of days at our meetings to set up some hearings and move forward on this.
Yeah, and in the interest of time today, because I got a couple things in an hour to do as well. Let's talk about that maybe tomorrow or the next day.
Well, thank you, guys. Thanks for being on the call today.
Thank you. And we'll see you soon.
Yes,
In person.
again, Leslie, my condolences to you and your family.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, we'll talk
Okay.
soon. All right, thank you, guys.
Thanks, Leslie.
Mhm.
Charles, are you still on?
Yes,
You are next up on our agenda then, sir, with the discussion of the alternative development options for the attainable housing in Silver Cliff.
Kevin, I gotta go. I got a physical therapy session.
My apologies, sir.
No, it's-
Chairman, while legal is there, because I haven't checked him, if he doesn't mind, is there, as long as we keep the funds either that were from Elpamar or RPA with the goal of providing attainable housing, is there any prohibitions legally for us to try to maximize the effect of those funds?
like going to Las Vegas with them, or what are you talking about?
Well, no, something a little less risky than that. The point being is we've got for 19 lots that we got through the funding, two different funding sources, we've got basically $57,000 invested in those 19 lots. And at the current current market value, those 19 lots are probably worth more like $400,000. And what I was wanting to propose to the BOCC was at least, and the other factor is that we are very limited on the zoning of those 19 lots as far as how many units we can put on those. But there are some possibilities of if we somehow could sell, trade, or whatever those lots for some other properties, we might be able to have more provisions as it relates to increasing the density, therefore decreasing the unit cost and the ultimately rent or sale price of properties. And that's what I wanted to share with the BOCC and gain your acceptance to at least pursue those possibilities.
Yeah, I don't have any answer to that right off the top of my head. You can present it and you know, if you got So tell me where this money came from again? real
Well,
quick.
the initial 12 lots were purchased with Alphamar grant funds towards attainable housing. And then the subsequent 7 lots were allocated from funds with the recent ARPA funding that the county had. So there's no tax money, at least local tax money involved in that. But I just want to assure that those purchases in both cases are as if the intent was, that if there weren't any special conditions on the purchase, I don't think there's any special conditions on either of the funding other than maintaining the intent that we're trying to get, as inexpensive a housing as possible.
Well, if there weren't any conditions on the grant other than that it be used in one form or another for attainable housing, I guess I don't see a problem, but you might want to run that by Alphamar and see if they have any issue with you, proceeding that way.
Easily enough done. But
Okay.
considering the periodic meetings of the BOCC, this was the first opportunity to bring the issue with you, and I've held any other than very informal discussions of the possibility with like Roger Camper and Silver Cliff, and he's indicated that he thinks that Silver Cliff would be very supportive of this alternative if we could pull it off.
I don't see a problem with it. The whole idea was for attainable housing, and you can get more attainable housing for the buck. I don't see what the problem is offhand, but I've got to be at my physical therapy session in 10 minutes, so I got to run. I can't really give you any more of an answer than that right now.
What you could do, Charles, you could get a hold of them today and we can move this discussion to Wednesday. There's room on the agenda to do that.
Well, how about as an alternate, conditionally approving going ahead, assuming no restrictions from Alphamar?
Kevin and Tom and I to decide as a board, I guess.
So your proposal is to, if there are no conditions on mainly the Alphamar money that was used to buy the initial 12 lots, you would like to sell those 19 lots to purchase different lots with different zoning inside of Silver Cliff to attain a higher density, thus dropping the cost per unit. Is that what I heard?
Good summary.
Okay.
And, and the details of a transfer like that to be determined, but obviously it's got to be transparent and you all have the ultimate approval.
And Silver Cliff has the ultimate authority to okay us doing it, right? I mean, the density in that's already a given.
Well, it is, like I say, I've 2 of our board members talked to Roger. The thing about it is, if we could acquire some of the currently undeveloped property, it could be classified as a addition, and basically that allows it to be organized and established, and there is no current zoning like we've got in the 12 lots, which are, right in the center, basically, of the developed part of Silver Cliff.
So these other lots would fall under a different zoning.
Exactly. It would give us more flexibility to define the property, basically to satisfy or better satisfy the need for attainable housing.
Yeah, I guess, Charles, my initial thought is, one, it comes down to some kind of a market analysis to determine if there is a market for these lots that we currently own, and if so, what dollar amounts? And secondly, what would be available on the market if we're going to flip these lots? And then, of course,
Kind of risky this time.
it doesn't matter one way or another in this particular decision, but obviously Round Mountain Water is under a permit moratorium. So I don't know that the conversation has been had about affordable housing outside of either one of the two towns.
I haven't considered that yet because that falls within the county. And as long as there's a possibility of development within either or both of the towns, that's where the emphasis currently is.
Right. Certainly would be easier and I think more reasonable. We're under a moratorium on PUDs anyway, the county is. So I'm not suggesting we look elsewhere. I just don't remember any conversation being had about that. But boy, for me to jump in all in on this deal, then it'd have to be a pretty lucrative situation for us. I mean, we've struggled to get these lots put together. I think we're going to end up not necessarily in the two towns, but certainly if it was in the county, having a bigger discussion about what density looks like. Now, maybe that's not appropriate or applicable to be if it's in the two municipalities, but
Yeah, that's where it is.
you know,
Well, I think the ramifications of going into the county and outside of Round Mountains district, the thing about it is there is at least, certainly some consideration of the proximity of lots that are outside the development that could be construed as being reasonable for stretching of Round Mountains support for them, and realizing that all of the properties within the district have got the issue of the tap
Right.
restriction, of which I hope you realize I'm totally aware of since my position on the Round Mountain Board.
No fooling.
I've heard that you might know something about that. Yes. Unfortunately, you're not the only one we're talking to here. We've got other constituents that are listening.
We are doing what we can an appropriate situation and trying to keep everyone informed. There does appear to be, as it relates to the Round Mountain situation, a light at the end of the tunnel that's not a locomotive, putting it.
Right. Right.
But I really what I seek is at least the visibility and the approval to pursue options. And since we do have a considerable appreciation in the current 19 lots, and we also have considerable restrictions on a single resident in Silver Cliff right now. New construction is advertised at about $270,000, and that's certainly not from a rent or sales situation satisfying any of our demand for what we would call attainable housing. So
yeah, I agree with you there. So yeah, I'm all right with consenting to at least explore other options at this point.
Yeah, I believe if you could gather some more information, again, we're not jumping on anything right at the present time, but I think if you gathered some more information on this to
let me ask what information you want. I tell you what, I used to be in a business where you took advantage of things, and I always used to say when I was dealing with our government, as a government contractor, was it our problems internally or was it the government's issues? And we're coming up with more and more government issues, and that being, like Tom said, that the county government does not move very fast.
Well, I thought Kevin was asking, more information, meaning, hey, what's our property worth? What are other properties going to cost us? Are we going to gain significantly on the zoning side of things? That kind of information,
Well, and that's,
which I thought is what you were asking.
well, I thought that's what I was saying.
Okay,
Based on, and as somebody who's been watching the local market, and Roger Kemper agreed that an easy $20,000 a lot would be what the market would be right now, which would give us $380,000 that we're leveraged on our 57,000 that we've got put in.
So Charles, it begs the question though, when can that be liquidated? And if it drags out, given the economy and the escalation of inflation, people may not be buying it. And so how soon do we need to have the cash to actually move forward? So we gotta be careful.
Know that I need any cash from the county.
No, that's not what I'm saying. You're talking about leveraging it and selling these lots and trading them, whatever. I'm just looking at, it's an asset. Those lots are an asset. They're worth X amount of money now, but it may not be in the future, or it may not be able to sell it.
it might not be very liquid.
That's what I'm saying is how do you liquidate it and capitalize on what you're saying?
Without your permission to pursue this further, I can't find those things out. I need to be able to.
Well, we're saying, that's what Kevin said.
Yeah, if I may, I think, Charles, that is what we're saying. I believe your question was, you wanted permission from us to move forward and find out some of this information, correct?
Right.
Yes.
That is what we're doing. We're agreeing and giving you that permission to move forward on this. What we're doing is we're addressing some of the things that you need to be looking for. And I think you got your consent, but I don't think you realized you had your consent.
I did not realize I had my consent. Thank you for the clarification.
It's the same thing as you look good. You may just not know that you look good, Charles.
I'll take that for what it's worth, Commissioner. Thank you.
Yeah, that's right.
So,
Yeah, I think we're good, Charles, from the sound of it. Bill stepped out, but I think we're okay.
so
Thank you. I will keep you informed.
thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Good.
I'm good here. The next item, do you want to wait for Bill to come back? Or would you like to? Discussion of the indoor project building for fairgrounds. I believe you brought that.
I did. I asked for that to be put on. A member of the fair board reached out to me and asked, basically, without getting too far into the weeds, what the Board of County Commissioners would think about selling the existing building that we own. The county purchased a building to be used for indoor projects at the fairgrounds. And so they wanted to know if we would at least let them explore the opportunity or options to see about selling that, taking the proceeds from that building and looking at buying and constructing a metal building, more square footage, for more money, but they have that money also budgeted. So basically, if we would support them selling that building, then they would add their money to it and then get a metal building put up. And they want to work with the Saddle Club and the county to determine the best location for that building to go to serve the needs. So that was kind of their ask. I told them I would present it and see what the board thought.
And you're talking the building that they got that sits behind.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, we bought that building from a couple here in the valley, in the county. We paid $5,000 for it.
Which building is that? The one that's currently sitting there?
No.
Where's the building?
Building that is sitting behind Mullet Excavating. Never
This
got
is
it.
the one that never got moved.
I see.
And the best price anybody was able to come up with firm to move that building was
Yeah,
$6,000.
I'm gonna ask, costs a lot to move it.
Originally, they were gonna move it. They had a group of people who were gonna volunteer to move it, and somebody threw a fly in the ointment late. As in the day they were all standing out there, somebody showed up and said, no, you can't do this. So, but their thought is that they would rather sell that building and take that money and invest versus throwing another $6,000 and getting it moved.
So basically then for the cost of what the move would be, they would be able to,
Yeah.
would they be able to get their,
Metal building up.
For
would they be able to
$6,000.
get the purchase price out of that building?
Yes, they're confident that they can sell it for no less than what we paid for it and possibly a little more.
So if they got that and the money that they saved from the moving, so basically that would be looking at 11,000.
Yeah, they thought between 11 and 13,000, and they can fund the rest of it.
Sounds like a similar request
So-
that we just talked about.
Yeah. They believe
Betting on the come.
they have someone interested in buying the building.
And they are talking with the Saddle Club and everything as well.
Yes, those
And
conversations,
so that-
I was informed those conversations have been started.
I would be in favor of that as long as there's ongoing conversation between all the entities involved so that everybody's on the same page.
I was gonna say, is that-
Yeah, the only entities that would be involved would be the county and the Saddle Club if the Fair Board wanted to put the building on Saddle Club property. If they put it on county property, then there's no other entities involved. I think it makes sense for them to look at, and they agreed to try to put it in a good proximity to existing sewer, which means it would have to be on Saddle Club property. And that's what they're talking about.
And even if it wasn't, just being a good neighbor would be to talk with them as well, even if it did not go on their place to try to coordinate and make things work good.
Yeah,
Well,
and
then-
the Saddle Club's already indicated if you're putting it on county property, we don't need to be involved. So they've had that conversation, but I don't think it's going to be to the benefit of everybody to isolate it on this little sliver of county property.
Right. That's why it's important for both of them to work together and come up with a
Absolutely.
agreed to big picture of what the fairgrounds / rodeo grounds all.
I don't have a problem with them moving forward. I was involved in the purchase of that building, and again, we're not using the building necessarily, but we're not changing the impetus of what the project was all about. And that was to come up with a functional indoor project building.
Yeah.
So I'd support them looking into that if you guys.
Me too.
Like we have a consensus on that then.
I will reach out to them. let them know.
Let's see, Braden's back in. Did you have
He
that
sent it
other
to
item?
us. He sent it to us.
Yeah, he's got it here.
I'm sorry, I did not.
Oh, you didn't put it in your board packet already?
No, I did not.
Well, I happen to have two payroll reports now. I guess I can delete the other one, right?
Didn't put it in the trash can already.
Yeah. Now that was payroll though.
He's got his on cycle report there.
Payroll and out of cycle were the ones that were out of.
Okay, both of them.
He's got me with them.
Okay.
I would, I believe, right before we take up the road and bridge, if we could go ahead and take this issue and then. Is that agreeable?
Oh, yeah, it's on the agenda.
That's why we're doing.
Yep. That's next on the agenda, right?
Oh,
no.
No, we
No, I'm sorry.
remember we tabled.
we had
this.
tabled this
postponed that. We didn't table it.
until-
We didn't table it.
Yeah, I would move that we take up the items concerning the payroll and out of cycle paychecks.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion to take up the out of cycle and the payroll. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Which would you like to do first, sir?
Since one on the first one we come to is out of cycle, let's do out of cycle.
Nice.
And since I didn't look at it during our.
I haven't looked at it at all. I just opened it
So,
up. Yeah.
take a few minutes.
Certainly less dollar figures involved here.
Yes.
I would move we approve the out of cycle report as
I'll
provided
second it.
for January 2022.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to approve the out of cycle report for January 2022. Any further discussion?
Just a quick question on the UBB payment, road and bridge.
Capital improvement. That was for a car payment that came in.
That's an annual car payment?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Human resources?
It's a great question.
Unless it's sheriff's vehicle, but
It was one that was not on our radar, so that's why we had to write it up. So
I thought the human resources one was paid for.
you're
Yeah,
right,
they
we paid
for
cash for that. Yep, great point. We were gonna get some reimbursement back on an annual basis, so that must be sheriff's. I don't know who else would be buying county vehicles without us knowing about it.
just a second.
You were hoping I wouldn't see that bottom line and ask about it, weren't you?
Yep, sure.
Okay.
Any other discussion or questions? Okay, those in favor then of accepting the out of cycle report for January 2022 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, now let's move to payroll report for January of 2022.
I just feel like the chairman should make a motion today.
Do you think so?
I'm tired of it. I'm not making any more.
The chair would move that we accept the county payroll report for January of 2022 as presented.
I'll second it just because.
Oh, that's great. No wonder the chairman.
You guys are-
It's only one with
We need
that.
to get that.
Yeah.
See,
This is a report, correct?
I would withdraw my motion.
Thank you. Yeah, good point, good point. I led you down the wrong road there, my
Yes, you
friend.
did.
Let you
Apologize.
say.
Thank you for correcting us, ma'am.
So
Any questions on this report that we have in front of us?
I do. So this isn't the entire payroll report. Or is it? We're at around 335,000 total.
That's correct.
Okay, all right.
I would say it'd be a summary of the, rather than breaking it down to individuals.
It's broken down
It's
into
broken
4
down
departments, correct?
Into departments.
Okay, all right.
Yep, that is correct. That is the
Okay.
total payroll for January.
Okay.
Something to note there, it went out in an email to all department heads and you all as well, but just so everyone knows, it's on the record, that the changes in payroll for individuals, any sort of pay raise, doesn't take effect until the January 16 through February 15
Right.
cycle. So the first paycheck that actually has the increased amounts, the things that were approved in the budget, will be the February paycheck.
Right.
I did see that email. Thank you, sir, for sending that.
This doesn't have to do with payroll, it does have to do with budget. And I didn't really want to ask it earlier. My neighbors covered through Tracy requested a budgeted amount from us, as I remember correctly, and we turned them down.
Maybe so.
Yeah, that's correct.
Told her to apply for.
Right. That's when we told them there's other ways. to go.
Yeah, that's right, we did.
I wanted to bring that up mostly for Marcy's sake, you know. I don't know where the opinion that we had a favorite from, but we'll.
I don't know either. I think it's just
Somebody
because
out.
it's because they've been hearing their name instead of theirs. I think so. Is that money in it?
I don't really have time to deal with this.
Shake it hard.
Okay, any other questions on that? So, yeah, I think that might have should have been a separate agenda item.
Yeah, I agree.
Rather than hijacking the one that we had.
Point very well taken there, sir. I will not violate that again. You're talking about me bringing up the.
No,
Oh,
I'm talking about the discussion that we had earlier.
oh, okay, yeah.
I think.
Oh, I
She could have been
agree.
a separate-
Yeah. I thought you meant me bringing up the budget question.
Thanks.
No.
Okay, sorry.
So the last item on our,
We have to vote. Or did we?
we do not need to vote. because
Oh, that's
we-
right.
I
Okay, well,
withdrew
you
my
went through.
motion.
Yeah.
So your motion earlier to approve the invoices, even though it was the wrong report, that still will stand.
The AP report was the right one, wasn't it?
I thought that was voted on. Yes, that was correct.
The AP
It
was
was, right?
January.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
Just the out of cycle was
Yeah.
incorrect.
so we should be good to go there, huh?
Okay. The last item we have would be consideration of hiring a road and bridge supervisor. Are you gentlemen ready to move forward with that, or would you like a brief?
I'm good. I
intermission?
would probably defer to HR, huh? Is he gonna lead that discussion, or do you have a plan?
He is here.
I'm prepared
I
to.
think he's ready to go.
I'm sure what the process is going to look like.
Nor did we.
So here we go.
Here's the process, huh?
So after reviewing applicants after interviews, which you all were a part of, I would recommend candidate C, whose application I handed to you. I guess I'll end that with here.
Okay.
Good process.
Yeah.
And you obviously haven't had a conversation with anyone yet. You're waiting for us.
Correct.
And you will reach out.
Yes.
Okay. Golden chance, sir.
Make your motion.
Right.
I get to make my motion now. I move that we accept the recommendation from HR and offer the position of senior road and bridge supervisor to applicant C, pending a conversation with that person and coming to agreement.
Effective immediately, is that what?
Effective, that would be effective
Yeah, I think that's
tomorrow.
what we agreed to
That
February
would be effective tomorrow.
2nd,
And that would be for the sum of
54,
55,
55.
I believe,
Hmm.
is what that was posted at. So for the posted amount.
Yeah.
How's that?
Which we believe.
And do I have a second?
Seconded.
I seconded it.
Any discussion?
I do have a quick question, just a matter of process.
Yes, sir.
If this job position, which I didn't think it was, but if it is senior road and bridge supervisor, then I'm assuming we have a junior road and bridge supervisor instead of an assistant. I'm not sure why the senior is in this title.
That would be great with striking senior and just saying road and bridge supervisor.
As would I.
And that was what was submitted, not necessarily what we have on the website.
Oh, okay, all right. Yeah,
Thank you
just
for
because
putting
it's
it
on
in
here
perspective.
doesn't mean that's what it
Yeah.
is. This isn't our document.
This is how the candidates.
Okay.
Because, and I
Yeah.
believe it's the road and bridge supervisor that
It was.
does the hiring of the
Assistant.
assistants.
Right, right.
This is the one that falls into our purview.
All I had, so thank you.
Who seconded that?
I did.
Any other discussion? Then those in favor of accepting the recommendation from HR and offering the position of road and bridge supervisor to applicant C signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. I think at this point, I would like to take a brief recess and allow Braden to contact them and make sure that we have.
Okay, I've got another item I'd like to bring up during public comment. We can wait and do it later, or we could do it all the way.
Wait, now we can do it.
I
Let's
think
do
we
it.
can do it now.
Checking on something real quick here. So, Ms. Kelly, questions for you. And I'll explain why after I ask, but I want to pointedly ask, in your opinion, were the agendas for the next 3 days, including today, posted or will be posted in a timely manner on the county website and bulletin board?
They, on the bulletin board, yet,
Okay,
well, what are you calling timely?
within 24 hours, prior to
Yes.
24 hours.
Yes.
That's only timely for me.
Yeah.
Which is state
They were all
statute.
posted last week.
Okay,
They didn't get on the website until Friday about 5:30 when I was in my car leaving and thought, oh.
okay.
and
You
came
get the
back
same
and
email said they
Well, I
can't
got
find them
another
because I got another
I
one too.
did get yours, but
Yeah,
yeah, and so somewhere, something is not right. It's never been right since I've been a commissioner. There's lots of areas that could go wrong here, and I think the biggest thing that goes wrong is people don't understand how to navigate our website. Now, I say that only because every time I question the IT department, they can at that time show me exactly where it's at, or I can find it. So I keep thinking it might be a user issue, not a IT issue, although I've still got my personal issues with our website.
and I know at one time, and I don't know if this still holds true, when we went from the old website to the new website, there was some kind of issue with not the search engine, what am I trying to say? Whether you're using
Oh, Google, yeah, those are search
or
engines.
whatever, that sometimes that seems to be making a difference too.
Right.
But I think most of it is that they just have a hard time navigating that. Did
There
you
are
try-
times when
Did you try and pull
people,
it up?
I did.
And it's there.
Well, not since the meeting started, but I looked
Oh.
earlier today.
Yeah.
There have been times when I stayed on the phone when somebody called me and said, hey, I can't find the agenda. And I said, okay, let's go look right now. Well, it's usually there. But I don't want to dwell on this particularly, but this morning I looked for some previous minutes. And under elected officials, would expect to find them under commissioners. And I click on the minutes icon, and there are January through December minutes listed, and then there's a small little thing of load more. Are you traveling back there, sir, or not? Okay, so I wonder, And I get it, we're all reasonably well-educated and intelligent. I think the load more thing probably gets overlooked by some people, but. What are you looking at? Okay. I'll go back to the beginning of that page. So there's county commissioners, recordings, and then find past agendas here.
Okay.
You don't do that when you scroll on these, commissioner minutes from 2005 to 2012. So that's an archive of those.
The secondary bar.
Oh,
That will take you all the way down to 20.
all right. There's one of the problems. I'm guessing is maybe the average citizen doesn't know about a secondary bar. I didn't, and I've got a master's degree in technology. Would it make sense, just as an example, to start right there with 2022, 21, 19? You know what I'm saying?
So we don't actually have any control over that. That is a function within the website itself.
Okay.
That it's basically just a port from a Google Drive and it displays it in an iframe on the
Okay.
website.
All right. Were you guys aware of the secondary bar? There's two bars on there. When he explained it to me, I go, oh, okay. But to the average user, I would click on that and go, well, crap, it only goes to 2012.
Most users will use the scroll wheel and will never even know that there's a second bar. Because it'll do it automatically.
Okay. All right.
Can you find agendas?
Well, that's what we're talking about.
I thought you
Agenda
said
or
minutes.
minutes.
You said
Sorry, we're on
minutes. I want to know
agendas
about
now.
agendas, because
Yeah.
I got a note that said I can't find the
It's
agenda.
right.
We're on the agendas now.
There's a folder that says 2022.
And you saw today's meeting, tomorrow's meetings are on there.
They're all in there.
Okay. I don't know why they can't find them, but they keep getting.
I
Well,
believe they.
one
were
indicated they
posted a
weren't
little-
there
I think
Friday
They
when
were
they did it.
posted
So
late.
the IT department doesn't post
Friday.
any of the agendas or
right.
minutes.
That's why I connected
We give
directed my
the
questions to Kelly. Permission.
ability to do so without
Right.
having the IT
Yeah.
department. do it.
Right.
Yeah.
My general thought, Kelly, was if somebody says, hey, your agendas aren't posted, I truly don't believe that, even without looking, because I believe you are very committed to get these agendas posted 24 hours prior to our meetings, come hell or high water. You've done it at home, Sundays, whatever it took. So I have a tendency to believe, typically, at least, it's a navigation problem or ability problem on citizens'
And
side.
officially posted means on the bulletin board. And if you
Officially.
did that at all, and so people need to know also, here's where to look, or ask, call and ask.
Yeah,
We're posting it on the website as a courtesy.
Yeah,
That is
that's right.
not
Doesn't have to be.
official
It's a
posting.
posted right here.
But nonetheless, that, I can see where one person might not find it when you get 3 or 4 people emailing or texting you and saying, hey, these agendas weren't there. And one of them said that the agenda that was posted says the meeting started at 11.
And oh, by the way, they get it modified as long as before 24 hours.
They were looking at the wrong Custer County, Colorado.
Might have been North
So
Carolina.
that's why I want you to know,
That's happened.
my initial reaction is Kelly screwed up. That is not the case, because I think you do a great job of that and you're committed to that. But
But that's his initial reaction to
Like I
blame.
said, like I
That's what
said,
you
I was in
said.
my car leaving Friday night when I remembered,
Yeah.
and thought, oh, and I came back in.
so then another question would be, is there a way to document when these were posted? Could we prove that in a court of law? That this was posted at this time on this date? And we can take a time out and go back here.
I think,
Probably. need
yeah,
to.
while he's looking that up,
Let's get it
I would like to pick
finished.
back up with our consideration real quick. Did you make that?
Modified January 28th.
Okay. Let's come back to that in a second, because I want to pursue that. That's okay.
Were you able to reach that individual?
Yes, I reached candidate C and candidate C accepts the position
And could start
and can start tomorrow.
And are you comfortable in, which I think we should, making public who candidate C is?
It's accepted.
Certainly,
Who is it?
it's Vince Cook.
Okay.
Vince Cook.
Who?
You sure?
Who has
You sure?
been,
I'm not candidacy with
Cook with the K at the beginning.
Bob Jones.
So I would assume then he will work with you to start the process of finding an assistant
He
supervisor.
already asked about that and is working on that internally, it sounds like. So
He has been our interim supervisor.
Correct.
Yeah.
Since December the 15th, technically. Thank you, sir. Appreciate
Thank you
your
for
effort.
that. And
And talk to him again, tell him we said congratulations. So thank you.
thank you.
If I had a constituent on the phone with me and I wanted to tell them, hey, I'm looking at oh gosh, dang it, I'm not looking at anything.
Okay, from your side, I can
Um,
see that it was uploaded at 5:17.
Oh, on the IT side. Okay.
And that's on the Google.
On the drive itself, yeah.
Oh,
So if you will look at this
Legally, the answer is yes.
and scroll down to this folder here. Just go ahead and right click on that for me. Okay, so you can't
At
see.
least
from
my
this.
rights over here today.
So you won't be able to see it from
Okay.
the end user side, but
But
from our side. you
If
can
we
see.
had to, we could go to IT and say, can you tell me what date and time this was uploaded?
Yes. It says. I can
You
show
say
you.
revised?
If you'll come over
Yes.
here, I'll show you.
So while we're talking about it, Kevin, when he gets back,
Under the activity for.
Hedberg asked for the agendas.
You uploaded
Okay.
on 5/17.
And he sounded all of those events and he hadn't got them today.
There was no recorded activity before.
Well, and that's the ones that were for today, tomorrow, and Wednesday, correct?
Uh, No, he was asking for, we'll have to ask him.
Yeah, so we can't see that, but you certainly could pull that up and say this is what time it was either uploaded or revised or both, right? Even if it was revised, we'd still see the original upload date.
Yeah, it's on there. I think all of them, ones. We can just send a note back, say they're all on.
Just the folder, it says.
Send us the ones you can't find.
The earlier this month, and you can go back.
If you can't find.
So can you tell us the upload dates on these three meetings, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday? So I can jot those down, please.
At 5/17.
She said
Which one?
All three of them are.
Friday, she said.
February or January 31, 1 and 2
That was last Friday.
uploaded.
The agenda for January 31st, the agenda for February 2nd, the agenda for February 1st were all uploaded at 5/17 on January 28th,
There you go.
2022.
5/17,
Friday.
January 28th. Okay. Yeah, that's a good point too. Who knows? I don't mean to disparage anybody. I know Deb's listening. She was one that asked a question about it. Somebody could pull up a wrong Custer County and just go and look. and say, oh, well,
Yeah, we have that all the
Yeah.
time.
so.
And actually, the last time it happened, I thought, what is the odds that another Custer County in another state has a BOCC meeting the same day as.
About zero.
Well, on the last working day of the month, I could see where a lot of counties would probably pay bills, but, okay, well, thank you, Mr. Chair, thank you, Kelly and Jordan, appreciate it.
The one email I'm looking at here is in regards to today's and the next 2 days. And they believed that we were out of legal compliance by not having them up earlier in the day on Friday, but as we discussed, that is not the case.
24 hours.
Because we have them on our official posting place, which is the Burlington Direct.
Gentlemen, may I comment?
Not yet. We've got public comments now.
Go ahead, ma'am.
So I do know how to navigate your website, and it's possible that your website might have taken the weekend off. But yesterday night, before I went to bed, there were no agendas posted. And as of today, then they were posted. I do know how to work your website. If you would also go to your calendar for today shows the meeting starting at 11. KLZR in their wake up call showed the meeting starting at 11. So if you go on the calendar, you will see that someone has posted your meeting starting at 11. Also, it says that meeting dates are set in January, and yet after today, there is absolutely no BOCC meeting recorded on the calendars.
And that could very well be true.
Yeah.
We have set the meetings, you're aware of that.
No, I'm not aware of that.
Every meeting for 2022 has been set and is on a document. Doesn't necessarily mean it's on a calendar.
Yeah, that was in the meeting before the first of the year that we had set this year's meetings. That was.
We actually did
would it,
this year, typically.
would it be possible to get that list since they are not posted on your website?
I can personally send that to you if you'd like. Yes, ma'am. And when
I
I said people may have trouble navigating, I knew I was going to hear about that because I wasn't talking about you. But it has happened in the past. People are on Custer County, South Dakota, and then call and raise hell about us not posting a meeting on a certain date, and they're in the wrong state on the wrong website.
Oh, you're a bookmark. You're a bookmark on my browser. And I will concur with whoever said it, that between Safari, Google, Firefox, and whatever other browsers may be out there, it isn't unusual to find out that one browser may not work. So IT may let everyone know the best browser for accessing the Custer County website. And I also agree with Tom that the website does have some navigation issues in finding things easily. I had to send an email to Vern to ask him how I could find the tourism minutes. So it wasn't easy to find just by navigating on my own. So there are some things that could definitely improve the website.
And I assume that there's going to be some conversation about, and I think there already has been, about applying to ARPA for some money to maybe redo the website altogether. But nonetheless, so those minutes were posted on Friday.
Yeah, this is Jordan Hedberg. I do appreciate that. That's why I was warning you on that. So I know you guys had them and you likely uploaded them. But since I sent the screenshot this morning, now there's a folder showing under agendas for 2022. The screenshot I sent out still had the folder of 2021. So I don't know if that's a upload or rendering issue, but right now they're all showing properly on my side.
Yeah, I understand exactly what you're saying. I think Jordan had a report.
So there were two folders in that section as of this morning. I did remove the old 2021 and put it in the past, but both folders have been in there since January of this is not. Both folders have been in there since January 12th.
Okay.
And Debbie, you
It looks good. Thanks a lot.
Yep.
I did go to the calendar and it does show 11 o'clock on the calendar. So we will address that issue as well. And thank you for bringing that to our attention.
Hey, I don't want to miss any of the action at the BOCC meetings.
Well, I would think not.
But you ought to have bookmarked 9 o'clock anyway, because that's what it always is.
Well, actually, Bill, I did have 9 o'clock and that's what I was planning on. But then when I went on the calendar, it said 11 and then KLZR confirmed it as 11. So then I switched it to 11 and then I got on and the meeting was well underway.
You wouldn't believe what we started out with. Oh my gosh, you missed it. We had the Pledge of Allegiance.
We had Clint talking.
Well, and to a point though, Kevin, when you say the calendar, well, what does that really mean?
That is on the county website.
Okay, because I've got
on
three calendars.
On the county website calendar, if you go there, let me.
One that they would look at. I don't even know who maintained that. Was that our admin initially? That's who maintained
There was a
it.
time when we had the BOCC calendar.
So you just go to resources and scroll down to the calendar. So we don't actually have a calendar, I think, under us anymore. We have a calendar under resources. And when you pull that up and you find January 31st and click on that, it says Custer County BOCC meeting Monday, January 31st, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. So
And to people's point, when I click on resources, it goes to tourism, airport, resource center, board of health, and business directory.
Let's see, mine's pulling up about 8 items.
It depends on the size of your screen and their browser window.
And Kevin, if you go under Custer, if you go under elected officials, commissioners, and go to the commissioners page, in that little brown box where it says that the schedule is set in January, and then it says for meeting schedule, view the calendar. And that's how I usually find the calendar, is by doing that.
And that takes you to the same calendar.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
And to my point, sir, if you would go back to the commissioner, just elected, well, just to the website, yeah. Now click on resources. So there's 2 different sets of resources.
That's correct. There's 2 different places.
If you tell somebody click on resources, there's a calendar. If they're on the home page and they click on that.
So the drop down tab from resources.
Yeah. Yeah.
And to IT's point, it takes quite a bit to change quite a bit of resources to update and change our website. And I fully understand that.
It begs the question, how did the time get on there as 11 o'clock? I mean, who would have access to that?
I know how I make a mistake. I'll go to the calendar, doesn't matter which one it is, hit title, that, got it in there, click it on and realize I didn't change the time to be
Right.
with me.
But somebody had to input.
Somebody did that.
Right?
I don't know. I believe Bernard's coming down the hall now, but so we don't control the input of the calendar.
Okay.
We provide the space for a calendar.
Who has access to it? Anybody can enter anything on
So we can answer who has.
it? Can anybody enter anything on our calendar?
Would you like to come in and have a seat, sir? Nice to see you. Welcome.
I think Tina was the one that was updating the calendar. I don't know who's in charge of that now.
Who would you like to be in charge in the interim? Because I do not know who's updating the calendar.
Okay, yeah, and that.
Is it updated any further than today? Maybe not.
There's nothing on there for February. It's
So nobody's updating it right now.
No, but January stuff is on there and it's not right.
Right.
And the only one that would have put that up there would have been the former BOCC.
And then she left right at the 1st of January. So that's probably why.
And
up.
Obviously, she would have never put 11 o'clock as a start time. To Bill's point, it could have been oversight on a piece of data that was already in there from something else,
Yeah.
but she certainly knows we wouldn't be starting at 11. So,
Yeah.
Only
Well-
one doing the minutes and agendas is Kelly.
Was that a
Maybe
volunteer?
Peggy will do
Did I
it.
hear someone volunteering when they asked that question?
If you would like me to, I will liaise with Kelly and make certain all the dates and everything are updated on the website or on the calendar, yes.
Till we get an interim.
Is that something that you
You want to do that?
would have time to do? And
We can do that, sure.
okay, probably in the interim until we do get
I
somebody.
mean, I'll talk to you about it. I won't do it because I flat do not have time.
You don't have time.
I
hear you.
can't even keep my head above
I hear you.
water.
That's why we have an admin. That's not here.
that's why we had an admin. Yeah,
If you are comfortable taking on that role, I think we would all be in agreement that that would be a good thing.
on an interim basis till we get
Understood.
things
Yeah.
filled out. Great.
Can you have time to do it?
At the time we
We'll
have,
make the time.
No. You
at the time we have someone else sitting in that chair besides the person in there now, then we will.
Thought I
take
saw
that back
Reggie
from-
raised in her hand, but maybe that's a bottle of water.
Yeah.
Oh, it is the water.
Is there-
Be careful, it's like a auction. You hit your nose, you're in.
Anybody else here have anything?
Before you adjourn, you mean,
Yes.
or on this particular item?
Before
Don't get confused. Just
I'm asking
go.
if there's anything else. I think we've
For the
covered the
meeting.
calendar.
Okay,
at this
I
point,
do
so-
have something else, and that
Okay.
deals with admin assistant. Either I'm out of the loop, or I didn't pay attention, or whatever. What is our plan?
I believe they did close on Friday. We would need to get in touch with Braden again and is his report?
We said we would look at it mid-month, I think, or
His
Uh,
agree to it.
report is
I can look
Wednesday, I believe. He's on
I think that was our process,
It would be
was get them in.
To visit with him when he
Right.
comes in for his
Right.
report, to set a schedule,
To get it done before the
To,
mid-month meeting.
find out
we said.
what we have for applicants and set something up there.
Yeah, he comes in on Wednesday.
Would you guys?
Can we
be good
make
with-
him aware that we'd like to have a discussion at least about that? Find out how many applicants we had, we got to talk about salary, we got a lot of things we need to deal with.
I can visit with him before I
Just get him
leave
to send
today
it to
and
us.
he can send us out an
Yeah.
email.
That'd be perfect. And then my follow-up question to that is, this being a great example of, do we want to wait till the middle of February?
Officially, we can't do anything else unless we want to do a special meeting.
Right.
So, let's see how many applicants we have.
So, I think, let me get with him and have him send us an email. That'll be a good starting point, and that's a decision we can make if we want to expedite that.
Maybe you ought to ask them when they're willing to start.
Well,
So because there was no point having a
right.
meeting if they can't start till the first
Right.
or middle of the month or the first of the next.
If we really wanted to bring somebody on February 16th, then we're going to have a special meeting.
That's right.
before that.
That's right. We would have to. That's why
So we may, have that conversation.
we could have that official, we would have to have an interview meeting for
Right.
sure
Right,
before the 15th if we're going to try to do it.
right. If that's our target date, I would hope that it wouldn't go beyond that, but
So let's see what
I would
they
think-
come up with.
Personally speaking, it was the sooner we get someone in there,
The better.
the better it is for all people in this room,
yeah. Yeah.
not just us three.
And I thought about it earlier, I'd asked Braden right then, we could have found out how many applicants we had at least. But
So,
I'm assuming, I thought he said we had at least one, right? Did he say something about
He
that?
had a couple,
You know,
he had
they
a
have
couple
at least one.
queried.
Because if we didn't have any, surely he would have told us and we'd have reposted or something, but
I think so.
okay, that's all, sir. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else here in the room? Anybody on Zoom that would like to make a public comment before we adjourn? Hearing none, then I will adjourn this meeting at 1:14 PM. Thank you, everyone.